Yeah, what's good, family? It's Divine Prospect of Kingdom Harbinger Ministries, and we are live in New York City. All right. So this is a one of my other laptops, and for some strange reason, it won't let me alter the settings so that way the webcam won't keep doing an autofocus. So if you see some autofocus, there's not much I can do about it. But it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. I'll try my best not to be as animated so that way it comes through clear. All right. But I want to say peace and shalom to the family that's out there. Thank you for tuning in and watching another Saturday Night Live session. I was trying to catch some of that Adrian Broner and Vargas fight that's going on right now. And I realized that a lot of the viewership when I went live on Facebook, a lot of people was watching that fight. So a lot of people wasn't on the Facebook Live. YouTube's a little different. You feel what I'm saying? So a lot of us that in our community, I know some of y'all probably watching that fight. You probably got on the TV right now as you're watching this live stream. You know what I mean? But it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. So far, it looks like Vargas is winning. You know what I mean? But it's all good. So with that, family, again for tuning in. Definitely let me know if the audio and video quality is cool. So y'all know the drill. Just hit 1 and let me know if the audio and video quality is on point. All right, hit 1. All right, well, make sure you can see, you can hear, everything's in sync. All right, so just hit 1. Let me know if the audio and video quality is on point. All right. Get some shout outs to who I see in the chat. Make sure you share this link, hit the thumbs up if you like what you're hearing. Shout out to Jania X, Felicia Royo, Jennifer M, Kafir Aviel Ben Israel, the Black App 1 Pieces of Me, Yuda Israel, Sadaria Halliburton, Kenley Waz Rodney, Bezaliel Yisrael, Daniela, Aliyah L, Marcus Perkins, The Great Awakening, Lorraine I Am, Vinny D, Taurus 60, Sirius B, Cito de los Santos, Elionel Orana, Ars, Demel Walker, Ian Duff, Dera Yahoo Ben Dora, Toy Danielle Israel, Ant Lee. All right. So y'all say that it sounds good, it looks good. All right, that's cool. That's cool. All right. So it looks a little, when I view it on the Hangout screen, it looks a little bit choppy. But then I go back and I'm looking at it on the YouTube channel. It looks fine. You know what I mean? So I think we should be in business. All right. So Lewy, Etheric, Hillel, well, you in here, so just sit tight and enjoy the ride. All right, you ride with us, depending upon what we're talking about. And again, everybody who is a typical viewer of the Saturday Night Live and Freestyle Friday sessions, they know how it goes. We typically do a week in review, and this time I'm in New York City doing this. And then I just debrief on a couple of things, maybe in the past week or things that I have on my mind, on my plate. I share with the family, and then afterwards we do a Q&A. All right. Zephaniah Yah Israel says, am I dreaming or is it really before midnight? It is actually over an hour before midnight. All right. Which is cool. I know it's cool. I actually was gonna be on earlier, about an hour or so earlier, but I was taking care of some stuff. So I didn't get a chance to jump on at 9:30 like I initially wanted to, but this is still pretty early. All right. Sometimes I start like after 1 o'clock. All right. But we should be done way before then. All right. So go ahead and share this link, family. You know what I mean? Let's get some more people up in the building, and then let's get started. All right. Let's get started. I'm gonna touch on a couple of things, and we're gonna go in. All right. You know how we do. Somebody was actually streaming that fight on Instagram, but I think they got kicked out or whatever the case may be. So It's not streaming live no more. That's funny. Yeah. Um, Shout out to Bro Mob, Tyreek Ali. Shalom to you as well. All right, let me go ahead and share this so we can get started. Let's share this. Hold on, give me a second, family. All right, let me share this here. Shout out to Miss Aini K. Hope I'm saying that right. Shout out to my brother Derek Quay in the building. Denver Yali, my brother, the Most High Child, Shah Yarala the second. It's my dude right there. Let's see. So Lewy says, what's your take on cannabis consumption according to the biblical text? Well, cannabis, or more particularly, cannabis sativa, cannabis indica, or cannabis ruderalis, is mostly grown in Central Asia, in the Indian subcontinent. So technically, that would not be a herb that was growing in Israel. So more than likely, the text is not referring to cannabis particularly so. All right. So as far as the consumption of cannabis as it pertains to the worldview of the authors of the text, they would not have any references directly to cannabis unless it was imported to them, which at that time we'd have to show evidence of the importation of cannabis. You know, whose GDP do we find it under in regards to ancient times and antiquity? You know, so there's really no direct references to cannabis in the scripture, especially if we're looking at those three species that I just mentioned. So we won't see that directly tied to the scriptures. All right. Now, if you want to give an alternative plant that grows in Israel, that gives you the same effects as cannabis, then bring it up and we can go into detail about that. All right. So Marcus Perkins says, we're just watching your encouraging message for the righteous. Before I popped up. Yes, I hope you enjoyed that video. Actually, it was a lecture that I did for the first part called Feast Your Eyes on This. And then the Q&A, somebody had asked me the question that you see in the beginning of that video. And that's pretty much what sparked me to go in and encourage the sister, because, you know, the question she asked was valid. But, you know, that's a very difficult question to answer. So I had to, you know, respond on the fly when I gave her that message of encouragement, you know. So that's that. Let me see. If you want to shout out, hit 2. If you want to shout out, hit 2. Well, my perspective on cannabis is something totally different. So that would be a little bit outside the scope of what it is that I want to discuss today, or was anticipating on discussing. I will definitely speak on it because I know a lot of people inquire about that a lot, and wanted to know if it's scripturally sound to consume cannabis, right? I think I spoke about this like 2 years ago, but if that's something that y'all are interested in, then I'll definitely go into that another time. Shout out to the 7th one, his faithful son. Shout out to Matthew Lewis in the building. All right, so I see y'all asking me questions, and I want to answer your question in the world. Somebody's also asked me about Yosef rise to power in Egypt. Was his methods to please Israel and still run Egypt while staying true to the Most High? Well, you got to realize that, you know, Yosef in his position of prominence in Kemet or in Misraim, he was the administrative authority, right? So most of the time, people think that the king ran everything in ancient Kemet. That's not the case. You know, the king gave the final say, but things was ran by his administrative staff, and that's what, you know, Yosef would have been. He would have been, you know, the administrative staff or the chief administrator in regards to various edicts and rules and so forth that's going out from the king to be enforced, right? So that would pretty much be his position. So he did so righteously, just like today. You know, a lot of us have secular jobs who claim the ethnicity of being Israel, and we go on those jobs, but are we on those jobs to, you know, preach the Tanakh to the people or the Torah to the people or expound on the teachings of Yahusha to the people? No, that's not what we're there to do. You know, what we're there to do, though, is through our character, our work ethic, you know, the way we treat people, the way we take care of our business. That is how we bring people to getting to know us more personally, and that's how we lead them to the Most High. So that's similar to what Yosef would have done. Yosef would have maintained his degree of righteousness, which we saw, because, you know, a man's wife tried to sleep with him. You know what I'm saying? And he ran out of there, and she had a piece of his garment, and, you know, wound up getting him arrested and everything of that nature. But he did the righteous thing. So he was acting righteous in whatever position that he was in. So he was doing his job, but he was doing so from the perspective of righteousness as it pertains to the Most High. You know what I mean? So his allegiance is to the Most High first, but he's also operating on behalf of the state of Kemet. You see the same thing happen with Daniel, you know, and Nehemiah. You know what I'm saying? So these are other people that we see in the scriptures that also had position of prominence, and they were, you know, they won favor with these monarchs simply by their righteous behavior. You know what I'm saying? How they upheld Torah and how that character won the influence over these huge, you know, kings, over empires and so forth. So that's the message to us today. You know, the righteousness that you are showing on your job, is it drawing people to get to want to know you personally? You know, and from that personal inquiry, do you direct them back to the Most High? You know, let your light so shine before men, so that way when people see that light, you can direct them towards Yah. You understand what I'm saying? So that's pretty much what we're seeing. And the favor that he received and his family received simply is because, you know, Daniel received the vision. Well, the king received the vision. Daniel was able to interpret the vision or the dream. And in doing so, he became the greatest of seers. Because when you study ancient Kemet and you look at the priests of Ra or Re, those high priests of Re were considered the greatest of seers. And if you go to ancient Kemet, you'll see something called the Egyptian dream merchant. And when you look into that, you'll see that it was the interpretation of dreams that gave the priesthood of Re or Ra their prominence in ancient Kemet. The fact that a Semite, who is not an indigenous Kemite, if you want to use that word, was able to interpret a dream, and that ability was reserved for the high priest of Re, it was very unusual, right? And this is why, after doing so, he had to marry into the priesthood, right? The priesthood of An or Anu. He had to marry into the priesthood. So that's why his wife, who he married, her father was a high priest after the order of Anu, or he was a high priest of Re. So he was inducted into that priesthood as well. But again, the purpose of his induction was so he can get to a place of prominence, so that way the righteousness of Yah can be seen through him. So he maneuvered the system to get to a position where he can save his people and at the same time display the righteousness of Yah to draw people to his Eloheinu, to our power, or to the power of the children of Israel at that time. So hopefully that begins to answer that question. All right, so in regards to Dane Calloway, I didn't put together a presentation yet. I'll speak briefly on it until I put an entire presentation together. But my stance on this indigenous is, so people say that Israelites were already here. They've been here for a while. And because of such, they're indigenous to this area. Some people speak about the Pangea scenario, and then people talk about the Peleg situation, about the earth being divided during those days, and saying that this is when all the continents split and there was subcontinents. It was no longer one large landmass, and as those continents split, the people that was on those areas split with it. And you know, some Shemites wound up on this area, on this part of this Western hemisphere because of such. Some of the people believe that, you know, the northern tribes sailed over here to the Americas as well and became the natives that was here also. So there's a lot of theories and perspectives in regards to the indigenous populace that was already here, or already people of color, and that some of them were identified as Israelites, right? Now, I mentioned this in the past, and I said that initially I had agreed with some of that, then I disagreed, and then I got into a position of being neutral. And the reason why I was in a position of being neutral is because I talk about Despierta Mi Gente and that documentary that was put together by Brother Awanya Stop and Brother Malaak. And, you know, they showed me some of their research, mostly Awanya Stop, I was speaking to at the time. And he was like, Divine, what you think about that? I said, listen, it's good, but the best thing to do would be to prove your thesis without using the Bible, right? So this way, people won't say that, oh, you're relying on circular reasoning in order to establish your premise. And I wanted him to be able to do so without, you know, inserting that logical fallacy. So they went ahead and put together a great documentary, and I saw it. And some of the information I knew, some of it I did not know. And then I had a different outlook on it. I said, wow, this is really interesting. I said, you know, y'all made a great point. Whether I agree with it right now or disagree with it or whatever the case may be. So that was very interesting. And then I went and saw some of Dane Calloway's work, and people talking about the Aborigines that were here were, you know, people who are considered Black today. They're really from these copper-colored natives that was here already. And that, you know, you had this misnomer placed upon these Aborigines who were copper-colored and calling them or labeling them with the status of being Black. And most people say that the transatlantic slave trade was a hoax, or some people say, well, it wasn't a hoax, it was real, but only a small portion of them was brought over here to the Western Hemisphere, that most of the people who were enslaved were already here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm familiar with most of the doctrines. Some people say, oh, Peru is where the Holy Land is at. So a lot of these doctrines I'm familiar with, right? I have not put together a full PowerPoint presentation on whether I am for or against it. My current position is that I don't fully subscribe to that. There's some elements in truth, a lot of what is purported in those theories, but for the most part, I'm not in agreement with it for several different reasons. And again, like I said, I would love to take some time and do a lecture on this or a presentation on this, so you guys can see where I'm coming from. And that's what I typically like to do. So I lay out all my research on it. You can go back and check it out and, you know, let me know what y'all think. But whatever the case may be, I'm going to proceed to move forward, okay? So family, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. So Lawi, I'm gonna answer that real quick, and then I'm gonna transition. So I don't subscribe to Yosef being Imhotep. I know the people who do utilize that understanding to say that Yosef was Imhotep, right? So there's several reasons why I don't subscribe to Yosef being Imhotep, right? The first thing is when we look at the scriptures and it tells us what the role of Yosef was, um, and we look at what Imhotep did, there's a big difference, right? Another thing would be the famine stela. When you read the famine stela, you had King Joja who had an issue with the Nile not inundating, and they wanted to know what the problem was. So Imhotep was sent up the Nile, which is to the south, and he ended up on Elephantine Island. He had a dream where Khnum had spoke to him and said that, you know, because you guys are not worshiping me in the north or further up on this Nile, that's the reason why this Nile is not flooding. But if you return back and you erect temples to me and, you know, reinstate my worship and give me offerings, then I will ensure that the river is flooding, right? So he went back, told Joja, and, you know, King Joja decided that we're going to reinstate the worship of Khnum, and in doing so, the Nile inundated, or the Nile flooded like it was supposed to yearly. And prior to that, there was a famine because the Nile was not inundated. So that story that you hear there, it does not parallel to the story of Yosef in the Torah. The deity that he interfaced with was Khnum. Now, here's something interesting. If people was to say, well, Yosef is Imhotep, right? The people who subscribe to that was to say that he is Imhotep. The problem that I would have with that is, are you then implying, according to the famine stela, when Imhotep went to Elephantine Island, had the vision that Khnum was the Most High that spoke to him? If you're saying that that is the case, then you have an issue, because when you go back and look at the Elephantine papyri and look at those documents that was written up by the Israelites that lived in Elephantine at that time, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh was the established deity, patron deity of the Israelites. And Khnum was the adversarial entity. And if you read the Elephantine papyri, you'll see the beef between the priest of Yod-Heh-Wav, it was Yod-Heh-Wav, and the priest of Khnum. They were beefing. You know what I'm saying? To the point where those Israelites that lived there had to send letters to the king saying, hey, look, they're treating us poorly here on this island. You understand what I'm saying? So there was a stark differentiation between Khnum and Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and when they were not seen as the same deity, there's not even no cognates between Yod-Heh-Wav and Khnum in either Middle Egyptian or classical biblical Hebrew. All right. So if we want to really look for, and I've mentioned this in lectures before, if you want to look for the issue in regards to Yosef, you have to look at the 12th dynasty. You have to go back and look at what's called the Canal of Bar Yosef, right? And you'll see, looking at during that time period, the 12th dynasty, you'll see during that time period something very unusual was done, in which a canal was created to empty some of the now flooding into the Fayum Basin. Okay. And the objective of that was so that way you won't have a situation when the Nile floods more than what it's supposed to. And because of such, it'll make agricultural and pastoralism along the Nile very difficult. And when that happens, a flood can occur. So when you really study the Bar Yosef Canal, you'll be able to actually see something very unusual was done during that time period, in which water was deviated so that way a famine would not take place. Because if the Nile overfloods, you cannot plant any grain, vegetation starts to die out, the silt just overflows, the cattle and all of your other pastoral animals will die. or drown, and you'll have a huge famine. All right. Now remember, we're talking about the 12th dynasty, and Imhotep precedes that. All right. He's from the Old Kingdom period, and we talking about the Middle Kingdom period, right? So it's very difficult to reconcile the two, because you either got to place them during that time period of the Middle Kingdom or an earlier time period of the Old Kingdom. All right. All right. Shout out to that was interesting one. Thank you so much, Ak, for the donation. I appreciate that. So also family, I have two family members. One of them is suffering from stage 4 cancer. The cancer is metastatic, and another family member has congenital heart failure or heart disease. And what I'm doing is I'm working with them so we can number one, regenerate the heart tissue and the effectiveness of the heart muscle for the family member that has the heart disease, and for the other family member with getting rid of any of the cancer cells that have made their way to other parts of the body. That family member is undergoing surgery to remove the tumor, which is so big it has eaten half of the right lung, and it is pushing against one of the discs in her spine. So she's going to get surgery to remove that tumor, but then they're going to put her on the chemo therapy, which I'm not a fan of, right? Because chemotherapy pretty much radiates any cells that proliferate rapidly, right? So skin cells proliferate rapidly, hair cells proliferate rapidly, blood cells proliferate rapidly, your bone cells proliferate rapidly. So you have osteoblasts that are affected, and various other parts of the body that's affected when chemo is done. And chemo does not fix the problem. Anytime there is a cancer growth in the body, it's because the immune system is not operating optimally. And you have natural ways in the body to take care of cancer. Matter of fact, you have what's called precancerous cells all the time. Even healthy people have these cells, because the amount of times that your cells multiply on a daily basis, there's always transcription errors, right? When duplicate cells are created. And whenever those cells that are duplicated has an issue, it's normally expressed on the cell membrane, and white blood cells are able to identify it and destroy the cell, or the cell itself will go through a process of apoptosis, where it's called programmed cell death, where the cell will kill itself and break itself up in smaller vacuoles, and then macrophages and neutrophils will come in and take care of it. But what happens with cancer cells is that when the leukocytes are not working effectively, and leukocytes are just your white blood cells, then what happens is you get a proliferation of these cells that are not undergoing apoptosis, and they continue to multiply and disrupt normal cells in the process. All right. The field of oncology deals with cancer and various carcinogens that promote cancer as well. So you have to be able to spike up the immune response, so that way the body is launching the appropriate attack. You have NK cells, or natural killer cells, that seek out cancerous cells. You know, you have cytotoxic T cells that seek out cancer cells. You have what's called TNF, or tumor necrosis factor, as well as interferon. And these are various things that are expressed by Th2 helper T cells, CD4 plus T cells, that actually deal with tumors and things of that nature. Mostly the TNF. The interferon normally deals with virus replication within a cell, or the budding virions that come out of that cell once that cell erupts or bursts and gets dumped into the bloodstream. But your body has natural ways of dealing with cancer, right? Most people who have cancer, you know, a lot of times the pH of their blood is more on the acidic stage. Even if the pH of your blood is too alkaline, you get alkalosis. You can also be prone for various types of cancers as well. So you have to make sure that your body hits the sweet spot when it comes to the pH. So cancer also operates based on glycolysis, where there's a huge uptake in glucose, blood glucose, that actually fuels the cancer. So most people who have cancer, they need to cease from any type of processed sugars, because otherwise they'll be fueling the cancer. A lot of times the cells themselves You have what's called mitochondria asphyxiation, or injury that's done to the mitochondria that actually causes the cell to go rogue, where various other parts of the cell are pretty much dead except for the mitochondria, which powers the cell via the process of ATP, or the process of oxidizing oxygen molecules and using it for energy in the body, and that keeps the cell going even though the cell itself is dead, and it keeps multiplying. So there's various ways that you can set up a regimen that's therapeutic in reversing the process of cancer, which is empowering the immune system to take care of the matter itself. Sometimes the immune system is overwhelmed. So what you have to do is that you have to add supplements to the body that can keep the cancer in check until the immune system is strong enough in order to overtake the cancer. So when it comes to assisting that family member with cancer, I have a regimen that's set up in order to take care of that. And if any of you guys seen my lecture that I did recently on eczema, that's how detailed I am with the cancer one as well. And that one, I'm working on putting it together so I can present it to y'all as well, because I know a lot of people also probably suffer from cancer or have family members that suffer from cancer. And you know, one thing, and I'm gonna share this with y'all, and I guess it's part of the weekend review before I go into a couple other things. You know, there's people out there that says, oh, God can heal me, right? They say, oh, God can heal me. You know, I'm going to leave it up to God in God's hands. God's going to heal me. People say that, but people truly don't believe that, right? It sounds good. And what it is, it's a way of not being able to confront the reality of the situation, right? It's a way of deflecting or deferring it elsewhere, right? So that you won't have to confront the reality of the fact that you're terminally ill. And people say this a lot. Oh, God's going to heal me and all this other stuff, right? But then they go to the doctor. Then they go get medication from the pharmacy. I mean, no, pharmakia can also represent witchcraft, right? So you pray to God, but then you go to witchcraft to get healed. You pray to God, but then you go to the doctors to get surgery and to get stabilized. You know, from my perspective, the best thing that hospitals can do for you is help you with any kind of trauma-related injury, right? So if you get shot, you get stabbed, you break a bone, or whatever the case may be, you know, you pass out, whatever, the hospital is great for that. But when it comes to you having a disease, a condition, the hospital is not the best place to get results from that, all right? And I'm just keeping it in the buck, all right? So people say, did I major in biology? Am I in the medical field? No, I did not major in biology. And no, I'm not in the medical field. I decided in 2009 to look into wholeness and wellness in health. And I experimented a lot back then. I put it down. I picked it back up in 2012 because I wanted to cure myself of eczema and asthma. And in 2013, I wound up, you know, reversing my eczema and asthma, and I haven't had any kind of eczematic breakouts or asthma, and we're talking about almost 5 years, 4 or 5 years. So it's been a good while. I've treated myself with regimens. I had to customize them and play around with some, but I found the right regimen that took care of my eczema, that took care of my asthma. Now, if you go back and watch the lecture I did, I share with you guys what that is. You know, I tell you, I'll show you how the skin works. I tell you what eczema is, and I tell you how to reverse it, right? So Vinny D said, what helped you reverse the asthma? Well, there's several things that help me reverse the asthma. You know, a lot of times the asthma has to do with the excess mucus that finds its way in the alveoli sacs. And when that happens, you don't get any diffusion of oxygen that comes into the alveoli sacs, into the capillaries that's attached to these alveoli sacs to bring that oxygen into the bloodstream. So the mucus is the barrier between, you know, the free oxygen, O2 molecules that's in the lungs, and the diffusion of that oxygen, those oxygen molecules into the capillaries in the lungs. So the objective is the immune response, the abnormal immune response, which is the excess mucus. The mucus is normal, right? Some people say, well, Dr. Sebi said that mucus is the cause of all diseases. And I'm like, well, if you took all the mucus out your body, you would die. You know why? Because certain parts of your body needs mucus to function. More specifically, your gastrointestinal tract, your esophagus, right? Your lungs, all of these parts of your body needs mucus in order to operate. Without mucus, you would die. So if you took all the mucus out your body, you would be dead. I mean, there's nobody that I know who says that mucus is the cause of disease can remove mucus out of their body, all the mucus. That's impossible, and still be alive. There's no way that will work. That cannot happen. So these are people that are sharing information with you. I'm not saying there's no truth to it. Excess mucus is an issue, right? If you have, within a normal range of mucus production, that's fine. Your body does that as a means of defense. Mucus is normal. It's just if your body is it producing an excess amount of mucus, and if it does, that's when issues can start to occur. All right. So Sister Daniela Aliyael, did you see the eczema lecture that I posted? If not, please go back and watch it and let me know what your feedback is on that. All right. So check that out when you can. Let me see. Thank you for the prayers, Cito de los Santos. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, chemotherapy does a lot of damage. It does a lot of damage. All right, family. So let me transition to what I wanted to talk about real quick, and then I'll go back with the Q&A. But I just wanted to share that with you guys, because that's what I have on my plate right now, helping these two sick loved ones and customizing a regimen for them to reverse their condition, to get them back on the road to health and wellness. But they must commit to the regimen, and that's what the issue is. So I've treated almost 50 people that had, a range of different illnesses, right, and ailments. My success rate is 79%, right? 79, almost 80%, right? In most cases, the reason why those 21% their conditions were not reversed was either one, they didn't commit to the regimen, or number two, the ailment in which they told me that they have was not really what they had. They just had similar symptoms. And that's one issue when it comes to health, because a lot of different diseases can give you similar symptoms. So you can try and treat one thing, and that's really not the issue, and it can be something else. That's why I also always start people on the road to proper daily value percentage of vitamins and minerals. If you take your daily value percentage of vitamins and minerals, and this varies depending upon your height, your weight, your skin color, various issues you may have. Some people may have issues with the synthesis of metabolic processes in their gastrointestinal tract, where the body is not pulling in these nutrients and it's flushing everything out. So you got to be able to look at these things, and you got to experiment to see what works for who. But if you typically take your daily value of vitamins and minerals, right, your body can pretty much fend off from a myriad of different ailments. And a lot of times, a lot of these ailments that we have is because of malnutrition, right? And again, and I made a whole post on this, some people, unfortunately, they can't afford to eat as healthy as they need to. So I always recommend them supplements that they can take. Any type of vitamins you want to get, always make sure these are organic, whole food extracted vitamins and minerals. Anything other than that whole foods, if it's synthetic, more than likely the body will not be able to catalyze it and use the necessary amino acids to break it down. And guess what? The body will not absorb it, and it won't use it, right? It'll get flushed right out the body via the liver or the kidneys. But nutrition is the most important thing. And if you get in the right nutrition every day, it will fend off a myriad of different ailments and diseases. So I just wanted to interject that as something that's going on with me right now, that I'm treating two family members. And that's one of many things that's been on my plate. Me being here in New York as well, I'm taking care of a situation in regards to a property because I tried to help a loved one, and unfortunately they compromised the apartment, and now I'm going to court trying to keep this apartment so that way I can offer it to somebody in our community that's in need, right? And that's what I've had previously at other properties where I was doing the same thing, but people cost me those properties. You know, I always extend my hand to help somebody out, and then they do something to compromise the situation, and the liability falls on me. They just leave without no liability. And now I had to deal with a situation where I have one less resource to extend to somebody to assist them, right? So a lot of these things have been going on. It's delayed a couple of things, but I told myself I want to commit to these weekly live streams because I know you guys like it. So despite what's going on with me, I'm going to continue to give this information out to you guys and interface with you guys. All right. But anyway, let me proceed on with the lesson. All right. Yair Emet, wheatgrass. Is it really beneficial to humans? Personally, I would say no, right? I stay away from wheatgrass. Wheatgrass is supposed to be a great way to detox the body, but wheatgrass can actually poison you. That's why even when you take wheatgrass shots, you're supposed to limit the potency of the shot and the frequency of the amount of it that you take. Don't deal with wheatgrass. There's other ways you can detox aside from wheatgrass. I would not use wheatgrass. Spirulina is great. Blue-green algae is great. I will not, or chlorella is even great. I would not deal with wheatgrass. All right. That's my personal perspective on it. All right. All right. So family, so let's deal with a few things in a week in review. Okay. So lately, a discussion has come up in regards to RBG Hebrews, right? And the statement was made that RBG Hebrews are lost individuals. They're mixing cultures. The Most High tells them not to mix cultures. Evidently, the process of RBG will cause one to start to adopt the culture characteristics of other ethnic groups, and in doing so, compromise the potency of the statutes, laws, and commandments the Most High commands us to keep and uphold, right? And what I got to say to that is that that's false, okay? I think a lot of people don't understand how you can be a Hebrew Israelite and still adhere to the principles of RBG. I've discussed this back in 2014. All right. And I think almost every year I do a lecture or something where I explain the purpose of why, me personally, because I can't answer for everybody. When I say me, I'm also talking about people who are part of KHM as well, because they share the same sentiment. They understand what the purpose of RBG is, right? What I realize is that most people don't even know how the RBG flag came about. You know, if I ask y'all in this group, what year did the RBG flag come into existence? All right, what year? Now, some people may know, you know, the organization responsible for it, which is the UNIA and Marcus Garvey. But what year did the RBG flag come into existence? That's extremely important. Extremely important. And why did the RBG flag come into existence? See, when people don't understand these things, they're going to speak on an issue that they are not fully aware of. And this is why I'm patient. This is why I got tough skin. I don't get upset or angry easily when people disagree with me, or even when people throw shots, right? And a lot of these brothers who disagree with the RBG thing, a lot of them are brothers who subscribe to the One West doctrine. And I have great relationships with a lot of brothers that's part of One West, right? Even though I disagree with them, they have their role, I have my role. You feel what I'm saying? I respect their role and their lane. They respect my role and my lane. But there's some of them that overstep those boundaries and outrightly come out and disagree with me, and that's fine. Disagreements are important because it helps us to grow, helps us to research, help us to acknowledge certain things where certain people stand. So I welcome disagreements, all right? People criticize the things that I say and do all the time. I mean, I'm okay with that. That comes with the territory. You feel what I'm saying? The issue that I do have a problem with is when people misinterpret things, right? Because they don't have enough data in order to come to a more sound conclusion. And that goes to show me that their methodology for their conclusion is weak because they have not assessed everything before they speak on it, right? So again, I'm going to take this time out and we're going to deal with the UNIA and why the flag came into existence, all right? I'm going to give y'all a chance. I want y'all to tell me why the flag came into existence. Why did the UNIA and their article, mind you, it's a particular article for the UNIA conference that they had. Why did this flag come into existence? Now remember, Marcus Garvey was a Catholic Christian, and he came up with the RBG. Not just him, but the UNA that he was the chairman of came up with the RBG flag, which some people say is a Pan-African flag. All right. And again, I'm going to explain why this is important. Now, I did a lecture recently where I was talking about the Hebrew Israelite migration into West Africa, acculturation, cultural diffusion, and enculturation, and why it's important for us to go through West Africa in order for us to restore our pre-exilic Israelite culture, okay? And I went into this before, and I've shared this, but I'll bring it down to a micro level, and explain it again, so that way there's no confusion, okay? So please tell me why the flag was created and what was it in response to, all right? Because when you understand that, you would have more respect for why that came forth. So Josiah Ford was part of the UNIA. Josiah Ford is one of the ancestors of the Hebrew Israelite movement, all right? And he was down with that. It didn't bother or affect him anyway because he understand why the movement was there. And we're going to go into this a little bit. Yaram Yahu Yasharal says, he says, you know that the Bible says to hate Hamites, right? Or to hate Africans, right? Africans and Hamites are two different things. Africans is an all-encompassing term via the connotation that it has today to represent any inhabitant or somebody that descended from the continent of what's called Africa, okay? A Hamite, on the other hand, is a phylum ethnic group, all right? A Shemite is another phylum ethnic group, if we want to talk about taxonomy, okay? On the continent of Africa, you have Shemites and you have Hamites. And to the point where in ancient times, they were indistinguishable for one another. The main difference would be that the Shemites can more readily grow facial hair as opposed to the Hamites not being able to grow facial hair, all right? That's very important to note, and that has to do with certain phenotypes that people have, genotypes in regards to expression of certain phenotypes, all right? Now, I want to see if somebody answers this question before I get into it. Now, Tafara answered it. She said the flag was created in 1920 by members of the UNIA in response to the enormously popular 1900 Coon song, Every Race Has a Flag But the Coon. How many of y'all knew about a song? Matter of fact, let me play that song for you guys. I'm going to teach y'all some history now. And this is why I'm not upset when people have their opinions, because they just have not done the research, okay? But let me go ahead and play this song for you. I'm going to let y'all hear this song. Here you go. Hold on. Hold on. Let me share my screen. I want y'all to see this. Now, mind you, this is just off the dome that I'm sharing with y'all. But y'all think I should do a presentation? If you think I should do a presentation on this, hit one. Where I give you all the details in it. Let me know. Hit one if you want a presentation on this. Why using the vehicle of RBG can assist with siphoning resources back into the Israelite community so we can establish ourselves. Similar to what the Yahudim did when they got resources from Cyrus, who was considered the Mashiach of the Most High, and they used those resources to go back and build their city. That's very interesting. They used their resources from being connected with Persia to go back 70 years after Babylonian captivity and rebuild their city, their temple, and their walls. That's very interesting. Solomon also worked with the king of Tyre in order to get masons to assist with building the temple. That's very interesting. Esther also dealt with the Persians in order to get the resources and influences necessary in order to preserve her people. That's very, so wait, they're working with other nations? Oh wait, the Israelites sided with the Edomites and used the Edomites to assist them in fighting the Greeks. That's really interesting. So are you saying that the Israelites were always partnering up with other nations in order to accomplish a greater good? But in the process, they maintain their ethnic identity, which is represented by Torah and their bloodline connection to their forefather Israel. That's very interesting. But you know what, family? Maybe it's just me bugging out. Let's get into this song. Oh, wait, why is this not? Why I don't hear no audio? Oh, I muted it. Hold on, family. My bad. Hold on. Let me fix that. Let's go ahead and play this. My bad. I had it muted. I really felt so much ashamed. I wished I could turn white, cause all the white folks marched with banners gay, just at the stand. So you hear what it says. The coon wish he were white, so that way he can march with a banner or a flag, because guess what? He didn't have a flag, he didn't have an identity, and he had nothing to represent his plight here in America. Let's keep going, family. The German band, they waved their flag and played to walk them rhyme. The Scotch Brigade, each man arrayed in new black dresses, marched to Old Lang Syne. Even Spaniards and Swedes, folks of all kinds and creeds, had their banner except the coon alone. Every nation can brag about some kind of a flag. Why can't we get an emblem of our own? For Ireland has her harp and shamrock, England floats her lion gold, even China waves a dragon, Germany gold. Bonnie's got the gloves of the song, Turkey has her crescent moon. And what will Yankees do for the old red, white, and blue? Every race has a flag of the coon. Yes, now I'll suggest a flag that ought to win a prize. Just take a flannel shirt and paint it red, and draw a chicken on it with two crocodiles for eyes, and have a waving razors round its head. To make it quaint, you've got to paint a possum with a pork chop in his teeth, to give it tone, a big hello. You sketch a part of banjo underneath, and be sure not to skip just a policy slip. Have it marked for 1144. Then the Irish and Dutch, they can't guy us so much. We should have had this emblem long before. Ireland has her harp and shamrock, England floats her lion gold, even China waves a dragon, All right. So now that y'all was able to see that, now y'all can understand. Hold on, let me stop this. Y'all can understand when the UNIA came together, and this song that y'all just heard was a very popular song back in the day. It was a slap in the face to so-called Negroes in America because they had no flag to represent who they were as a people. So the reason why the RBG flag was created is to represent the association that the so-called Negroes or blacks in America at that time, that they had amongst themselves, and not just amongst themselves, also with their counterparts on the continent of Africa. Now I'm gonna get into that a little bit. Like I said, I've seen a whole bunch of ones show up, so y'all want a presentation on that, okay? So I've noted that, so that way I can do that in the future. But I'm gonna give you a little taste of some things that a lot of people are not aware of, because people speak on things prematurely without doing the necessary research, and that's fine. You know, it gives me an opportunity to be able to share this with people, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and read this for y'all. All right. Now, the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League formally adopted the RBG flag on August 13th, 1920, in Article 39 of the Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World. Of the world, excuse me. It was a month-long convention held at Madison Square Garden in New York City, United States. All right. Now, let me get into this more in detail. The flag was created in 1920 by the members of UNIA in response to the enormously popular 1900 coon song, "Every Race Has a Flag But the Coon," which has been cited as one of the 3 coon songs that firmly established the term coon in the American vocabulary. So if you hear people saying the word coon, they don't even know what sparked it off. That song was one of the references that sparked off this word coon, because what it was demonstrating is that you Negroes is not organized. You Negroes don't know who you are. You have no identity or none of that. Matter of fact, let me show y'all something. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. I want to see what y'all say when y'all see this. All right. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Now, I'm going to show this to y'all. I want to see what y'all say. Let me show this to y'all real quick. And I want to see what y'all say. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Hold on, family. I'm trying to show this to y'all. I don't know why. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me open up with another viewer. Hold on. All right. Let's see if this works. Yep. Oh. All right. So y'all see this image right here? Now, I want to know how many of y'all are willing to say that this flag represents you as a Hebrew Israelite. Hit 1. Hit 1 if this flag represents you as a Hebrew Israelite. Hit 1. I'll wait. Hit 1. Can y'all see it? I don't know if they can see it. Dang, I don't think y'all can see it. Hold on. I don't think y'all can see it. Hold on, family. Let me do this. All right, let's do this. All right, so I want y'all to hit one and let me know. Wow, why is this not coming up? What the heck is going on? Hold on, I'm having some technical difficulties. You know what? Let me do this. I'm gonna make this easy. Let me do it like this. There we go. All right. All right. So family, let me know, hit one, and let me know if this represents you as a Hebrew Israelite. If this flag represents you as a Hebrew Israelite, hit one. Go ahead, I'll wait. Hit one. I'm gonna wait. I'll give y'all some time. Just hit one. If it doesn't represent you, hit two. If it does represent you, hit one. I'll wait. Go ahead, I'll wait, family. I don't see no ones and twos. Does this represent you? Hit one for yes, hit two for no. All right. So now that we passed that, let's keep reading this history. All right. I showed that for a reason. Let's continue. All right. Now, see somebody in the chat has an issue with what's being said, and that's fine. So if that individual, hold on, let me, who was that person that just said that? Let me see. Who was that said that? Somebody said something. Where's that person at? Stray Mouse. Shout out to Stray Mouse. He said this is a terrible argument in favor of RBG. Now, brother Stray Mouse, if you have an issue with what's being shared after I give y'all some rundown of the history, if you want to jump on this live stream and me and you can have a dialogue, let me know and I'll send you the link and you can jump in. All right, and we can have this discussion. All right, because I got some time. As long as the family is still logged in, I got some time. All right. So let's keep going. Let's keep going because we're also going to deal with the Maggid David, because I know some brothers wear the Maggid David, right? And I don't have any issue with them wearing the Maggid David. They'll look at this, right? I'll have something like this, right? And they'll have an issue with this, right? And they'll say to me, well, why are you wearing that? You know, is that in the Bible? Give me a precept for that. And then I'll look at their Maggid David and I said, well, that's interesting. Can you give me a precept for what you got a Maggid David right there? Can you give me a precept for that? You got a precept for that? Oh, you don't have a precept for that? Oh, okay. So you're wearing it for some other reason then, right? Can you show me where the scripture says that we're supposed to wear the Maggid David on ourselves? You have a scripture for that? Oh, you don't? But you have an issue with this, right? I understand. I got you. No problem. And I feel you. No problem. You know what I mean? And again, I'm just keeping it a buck. So I just want to cordially address this because it's apparent that some people do not understand the overall picture of what's going on. And we're going to get into, I'm going to get some scriptures too. I made some references, but let's get into some scriptures and people may want the precepts for it, right? That's what they call it, precepts. We're getting into some precepts, right? So let's deal with this, right? So let me keep reading the history and then we're going to transition. And I don't see that brother anymore that was in the chat that just said something about this because I gave him an open invitation if you want to jump in. So Cito de los Santos, the flag that Mighty Hebrew put together, again, that is another banner that is utilized to bring people together in a nation. Okay. And again, when I explain to you why I personally have adopted the RBG flag, I will explain to you why I have it and what its purpose serves in regards to assisting Israel. Because you're talking about a community that has evolved based on the various captivities in which they were subject to and the various tools that was used in order for them to fend off that supremacy that was supremacy weight that was placed upon them, and various tools and vehicles they use to circumvent that weight placed upon them by this elitist, what we call white supremacy. Okay. And again, when you don't understand the history, it makes it very difficult for you to understand what's going on. Like, for example, right? Any brothers and sisters out there that's there right now that is watching this, okay? If anybody can cite me, now we're talking about in situ. So if you don't know what in situ is, Archaeology 101, in situ is an artifact that was found at the site of discovery, right? Not nothing that has made it through the antiquities dealership and exchange hands, and we don't know the provenance or the origin of it. I want somebody to show me any excavational dig, right? Show me an archaeology report on any excavational dig that showcases the Magen David, okay, or the Star of David in Israel prior to the Babylonian captivity. So if you can show it to me in Israel at an Israelite site in situ with an excavation report of its provenance, please share it in the chat. And I'm saying this for a reason. This is not a shot at anybody that wears the star, because that's a symbol that represents something, okay? That symbol is actually also on a flag that represents something much different. So I would like somebody to please show that to me. The reason why I'm saying this is because if ancient Israel had a flag, if they had a flag, what did it look like? Did it have the Star of David on it? Was it red, black, and green? Did it have other colors on it? Did it have the various stones that we see on the breastplate of the high priest? What flag did they have, if they even had a flag? Did they have a flag? That's interesting. What about the Moors and the Jews that were in the Iberian Peninsula and in North Africa? When they were going to war with these Christian nations and overlords, what symbol did they have and did they use when they went to battle with these Christian nations and these Christian groups? They had a particular symbol. But I want somebody to give me the excavation report that shows me that the Magen David was used during the pre-Israelite period. Show me where it was used. Surely we should find it on some kind of infrastructure that was erected. There's been so many excavations in Israel. I have hundreds of reports from excavations in Israel. I would like for somebody to show me this, all right? Send me a reference or whatever. Show this to me. You know, educate me, all right? Let me know. Now, we're not talking about menorahs. We're talking about the Star of David. And I'm saying this for a reason, all right? Now, interestingly enough, on my Facebook page, which I want to transition to after I finish reading this about RBG, what we do find on various royal bulla or royal seals, right, or royal rings that had a seal on it, we find ox on there. That's interesting. I've never ever advocated for anybody who's adopting Israelite culture to integrate ox into their Israelite culture, contemporaneous to today. I've never advocated that. Even that situation with the Jabari situation of people misinterpreting, and that I've said, no, looking back, going forward, I would never do nothing like that again. But I explained that situation. I guess people want to hear it from the horse's mouth. So we'll get into it tonight. And like I said, if I forget it, remind me, we'll get into it. The most important thing, I'm trying to show people how a lot of times when they're throwing shots, it's ricocheting and coming back, right? It's really a boomerang that they're throwing and it's coming back. Because now the things that they're doing has to be placed under more immense scrutiny so they can understand that the different things that you wear, the different things that represent you, have certain denotations and connotations. And if you're saying that it's something that was used during the 10th century, like, for example, the Star of David, when David was around, show me anything during that time period that we see that star represented anywhere in any infrastructure of ancient pre-Israelic Israel. Show it to me. Show it to me. Give me a precept that tells us that we should wear a Star of David. How do we know that it's not an idol? It could possibly be an idol. How do you know that it's not an idol? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, let me finish reading this. Apparently, somebody wants to get in. No problem. All right. So let me finish reading this, and then we're going to address this, and then I'm gonna let the brother come in, and we're going to have a dialogue. All right. So let me finish reading this history for you guys. All right. So it says a 1921 report appearing in the Africa Times and Orient Review, for which Marcus Garvey previously worked, quoted him regarding the importance of the flag. Show me the race or the nation without a flag, and I will show you a race of people without any pride. In song and mimicry, they have said every race has a flag but the coon. How true? But that was said for us 4 years ago. They can't say it now. Alternatively, it has been explained by journalist Charles Mowbray White that Garvey proposed the colors for the following reasons. Garvey said red because the sympathy of the reds of the world, and the green, their sympathy for the Irish and their fight for the freedom, and the black for the Negro. This is what this journalist said, right? The flag later became an African nationalist symbol for the worldwide liberation of people of African origin. As an emblem of black pride, the flag became popular during the Black Liberation Movement in the 1960s. In 1971, the School Board of Newark, New Jersey passed a resolution permitting the flag to be raised in public school classrooms. 4 of the board's 9 members were not present at the time, and the resolution was introduced by the board's team member, a mayoral appointee. Fierce controversy ensued, including a court order that the board show cause why they would not be forced to rescind the resolution, and at least 2 state legislative proposals to ban ethnic or national flags in public classrooms other than the official U.S. flag. In the United States, the flag is presently widely available through flag shops or ethnic specialty shops, etc., right? So I want to go into. Let me grab that the article for y'all real quick. Hold on, let me get that for y'all real quick. So now, when you understand history, you know what this flag was in response to. It was in response to the song that's saying that blacks were becoming coons and trying to identify with other nations because they themselves had nothing to represent them. So this is why this thing was created. Now, remember, Marcus Garvey was a Catholic. So this had nothing to do with the worship or whatever deity you worship. This had to do with a political move and partnering with other nations that also were subject to white supremacy, more particularly those Africans. Remember, Africans can consist of Shemites and Hamites that are in the diaspora as well as on the continent of what we call Africa today. And the purpose of it was to come together, cross-exchange resources, information, intel, technologies, whatever the case may be, to go back and empower your respective communities. It has nothing to do with worshiping with somebody else. It has nothing to do with praising some other deity. That's not the deity, the patron deity of your fault. It has nothing to do with that. It is strictly diplomatic and political, and is a means of ascertaining resources to bring back to our community. And when we look in the scriptures of the Tanakh, we see the Israelites was doing this all the time. Okay, whether we had a partnership with Kemet, whether we had a partnership with some Canaanite groups, whether we had a agreement with the Edomites, you know what I'm saying? Yo, it's the history of this. You know, the King of Tyre and the Phoenicians. The history of this is extensive, and we see it all throughout the Tanakh. So this has nothing to do with compromising your perspective and stance of Torah. It is a way that you partner, or it is your foreign policy with other nations that you utilize so that you can get the resources in order to sustain your own community. That's what that's about. So there's common denominators in which you and these other entities can agree on to come to the table and cross-exchange resources so that way y'all can build your respective communities. This does not ignore the plight of the so-called Negro in America, because the purpose of us banning under this RBG element is to get resources to bring back to our community. And if you guys have followed Kingdom Harbinger Ministries and you watch the material that I place on this channel, the objective of this RBG is for us as Israel to get resources from other groups and organizations and nations so we can bring it back and build our own community. This is what we're doing in real time with my organization and organizations that we're part of. So when people say these things, okay, it just means that they don't understand. And because they don't understand, they're automatically assuming. And that's fine. Like I said, I have no problem with people assuming. I have no problem with people having an opinion. That's what people are going to have. But I'm going to stand strong on what it is that I subscribe to and explain to you the efficacy of why I'm implementing it and showing you how it yields results. So I want to go more in detail. I want to also get the UNIA Article 39 that actually explains to you why that flag was implemented. Because like I said, Israelites were part of the UNIA, in case y'all didn't know. Josiah 4 was also part of UNIA, responsible for the choir, right? Because when they went and had these huge marches, you had to have somebody direct the music. And not only that, Josiah 4 played other important roles with the UNIA until he split and went and did his own thing. But him as an Israelite, he was not threatened by supporting the RBG movement, because it wasn't about, let's go and worship some foreign gods. It wasn't about, oh, let's go partake in somebody else's culture. It had nothing to do with that. It's let's get together on the common denominators in which we can all agree upon, and let's amass resources, intel, information, technology, whatever, and use it to build up our respective communities. It's that simple. Okay. Let's backtrack a little bit. Let's backtrack a little bit. So I don't see the brother's email. I don't know who the brother is. I have not vetted him. I don't know what his perspective is, but we're gonna find out. All right. So if you don't mind, go ahead and post your email again, and I'm gonna invite you into this discussion, and we're gonna rock back and forth for a little bit, and then we're gonna open up to Q&A to the audience. All right. Because I wanted to really go into some other stuff, but I wanted to address this just for the edification of the community so that people understand what's going on. Like I said, the people who are the opponents to my RBG Hebrew perspective, that's fine. I have no problem with them disagreeing. That's how we grow. That's how we learn. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to be misrepresented. So I want to explain to the community why I take this position. All right. So, okay. So I see the email. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and send you this link, and I'm going to bring you in on this discussion. All right. Just give me 1 second. And that's the problem, man. Our people are too spooked out. I mean, they're extremely zealous, extremely dogmatic, extremely religious. And it's just unfortunate because now it stifles any kind of effectual growth. When you are RBG Hebrew, you don't throw out the statute, laws, and commandments. I teach and live these things every day. You don't throw this out. That has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the partnerships with other groups, organizations, and nations that we're utilizing to draw resources from to build our community. I don't see why people would have a beef with that. But hey, you know, when you're dealing with a community with people who are dogmatic, I mean, those things happen. Right, let me go ahead and send this link. I'm gonna let the brother come in, and we're gonna have a respectful discussion. And I want to see what his perspective is. I don't know what his perspective is, but we're gonna find out. All right. So hold on real quick. Let me go ahead and get this real quick. And like I said, there's so much more I want to share on that. I want you to actually read the UNI papers, their conventions. I mean, there's so much information, so that you can understand the background. But since y'all want to see the lecture, I'll save it for the lecture. All right. So to that brother, Stray Mel, J Stray, I sent you the link. Click on the link and join in. All right. So we'll wait for the brother to click on the link. It's in your email. Click on the link and join in. Let's chat. So I'm waiting. I click on the link. So Shannon Coffer, do you want to get into the discussion as well? If you want to get into the discussion, post your email. I'll send you the link too, and we can chat. Because apparently you're not. I know you don't follow this channel. Because if you follow this channel, you would not have made that comment where it says if you can't get dual citizenship. I have brothers that's over there in Ghana right now that are Israelites that are working on that. Matter of fact, I have 5 individuals who 2 of them are Israelites, the other 3 aren't, that have dual citizenship. Do you know who Kwame Nkrumah is? We could touch on that. If you want to join, post your email, and I'm gonna welcome you in the chat. I'm still waiting for this other brother to jump in. But if you want to join and voice your opinion before you leave, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to do so. It's only midnight. You know, people who watch this channel, y'all know we go in for a long time. I was trying to keep this short, but now since we're gonna have dialogue, I have a problem opening it up. So I'll just be here waiting. Stray mail. I sent you an email from kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. Open that link up. Hold on. Maybe I might have sent you the wrong link. Yeah, my bad. I sent you the wrong link. Let's fix that. Hold on. I got you. Where's that other brother at? I want that other brother in here, man. Whoever has issues with that, let me know. I'll bring y'all in. We can have a discussion. Hold on. All right. So straight mail, go back to your email, and you'll see I sent you the link for the Hangouts. All right. I sent you the wrong link. That's my bad. All right. So let's go. I don't know. Where's that other brother at? Shannon Coffee. I don't know where that brother's at. I don't know. So, I mean, I hope he didn't leave, but you can get the link too and you can get in. All right. David Israel said, while we wait, talk more about the daily vitamins and minerals. I have a post on my Facebook page so we can get into that. But let me do the dialogue first. If y'all are okay with this session going another hour or two, hit 1. If y'all are okay with this session, go over another hour or 2, because after I talk to the brother or brothers, I see he's in here right now, then we can transition to other questions that y'all may have, all right? So, let me see. All right, so you're cool with that? All right, cool. So we can go in. All right, cool.
Video.
All right. So peace and shalom, family. What's good?
What's happening, bro? Shalom.
How you doing, J-Mal?
Doing pretty good.
Now, you've never met me before, right?
No.
I never met you before, right?
No. We had I made a few comments on Facebook and on your YouTube videos, but cool. No interaction.
So you're on Facebook too?
Not as much, but I have been in and out, and I've commented on a few of your posts.
Okay, cool. All right. So what I want to do is, if you don't mind, just introduce yourself to the audience. Let us know who you are, what you subscribe to, and also just preempt us of what you want to discuss in regards to why you feel that the RBG position is bogus. All right. So I'll give you, I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna give you an opportunity just to introduce yourself.
All right. My name is Jamel. I subscribe to being an Israelite. And I mean, I'm not really good at being in front of the camera. I just wanted to get on and discuss with the brother since he invited me on. I didn't want to, not come on after you send me the invite. Basically, I want to talk about my view on the RBG. I don't see a problem with it as the way you present it. What I have an issue is with brothers trying to wake. There's brothers in other communities, such as the conscious community, that is following. They have a strong hold on Africa. And where you have a platform to bring those brothers over, it's almost like you're not using your platform to show those brothers how they can get everything they're trying to hold on to in Africa, in Israel. It's almost like you're letting them know it's okay to keep that hold on Africa and they don't have to come over to Israel because we're just one family of Africans, when that's not true. So if you reframe the RBG, and there wasn't also an issue with the flag as far as how it came about, really doesn't matter when it comes to the doctrine of Israel. That's all good, but we don't really need a flag. We don't need something to combat a song that somebody made. We don't need to look for that validation either for the people that's looking for us to have a flag or for us to have a flag to represent us. That's irrelevant. And I don't want to go any longer than that. So you can come back and we can get it set.
Okay, cool. So now I respect what you're saying. And I think your premise, if I can just put it in a nutshell, is we as Israelites should not subscribe to the RBG flag, because what it does is that the brothers and sisters that are in the conscious community is, if we associate with that flag and they associate with that flag, there is no inspiration for them to turn from the conscious information in which they're subscribing to and come to Israel to know who their identity is in order to progress forward as a nation. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's part of it. Part of it.
Part of it. And what's the other part that I missed? That we don't need a flag or anything like that, you're saying?
No, as far as you have to give me a second. I'm not used to being
in
front of the camera, but
take your time.
Their reluctance to come over to Israel, but it's the way I see you taking it, the same way you held up the medallion. You had the African continent on your medallion. It's also the way you present the information is almost like, I know you say you don't Torah first, the Bible first, that's your foundation. I believe that. But at the same time, sometimes you frame it, it's not just the Bible, it's also you bring in Africa into it a little more, which I don't necessarily have an issue with it. I'm not one West. I understand some of the things they say about Africa. I don't necessarily wholeheartedly agree, but at the same time, pushing Africa in the way you do is a little bit, I don't want to say against the Bible as if you're speaking blasphemy, but
it's almost like
it's kind of not the direction that, say that again? It's kind of not the direction that the doctrine of the Bible is going in the way you present it. And I can't really quantify it right now.
That's fine.
But as we discuss it, I'll see if I can get my point across.
No problem. All right. So are you familiar with the with my material on this channel?
You broke out after you said material.
Yeah. Are you familiar with my material that's on this YouTube channel?
Yes.
Okay. So if you are familiar with the information that is on this YouTube channel, if you was a brother from the conscious community and you came to a YouTube channel that's called Kingdom Harbinger Ministries, and you saw the information that's on this YouTube channel, would you assume that I'm not an Israelite?
No. I
So,
would assume that you are an Israelite.
so you would, for the most part, you would assume that I am an Israelite, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you would look at my channel and say, wow, you know, this guy talks about the statute, laws, and commandments. He teaches almost everything from the scriptures. He goes into Israelite archaeology. He talks about anthropology. He talks about comparative cultural analysis as it pertains to the identity of being an Israelite. He talks about these Israelites that had migrated into West Africa and made their way over here to the Americas, and that we should awaken back to this identity. So they would see all of the stuff that's on my YouTube channel. They would see me come into confrontation with people in the Kemetic community, in the conscious community. And they would see that I defend the scriptures, right? They would see that I talk about culture as opposed to religion. So they would see all these things, but then they will also see certain videos in which I'm saying expressly that even though this is my spirituality, I'm willing to work with you so that way we can come together in getting resources to bring back to our respective communities. Now, I've put out the beacon to say, hey, look, if you want to investigate further of what is being taught as far as our identity of Israel, the door is open for that. But if you are not okay with that, but I realize that our nation is in need of certain resources and you have it simply because you subscribe to the Kemetic doctrine, simply besides you, if you decide that you are more, or if you decide that you are NOI, if you decide that you're a traditional African spiritual system, should I say, you know what, because this brother or sister has that spiritual connection, I don't care what resources they have, to hell with it, I'm not going to work with them so that way I can gain those and build Israel. Are you saying that when I take that approach, that that is the wrong approach, and then I should just go to that brother and sister and say, hey, look, you need to drop whatever you're doing. You need to fall under the statute, laws, and commandments of the Most High, because if you don't, you're going to be destroyed. And if you don't decide you want to do that, then guess what? We ain't dealing with you. So the approach should be more extreme, in which I should condemn that person into following the statute, laws, and commandments? Or are you saying that because I'm already reflecting what my worldview is, and it's evident, it's known, people know what it is, but I'm saying, listen, I'm not trying to convert you. I'm working with you. You have a resource, I have a resource. I'm willing to trade my resource for your resource because I know my community needs it. And in the process, if you want to investigate what it is that I stand on, the door's open for you to do so. If you had to choose an approach, which approach would you choose? And I'm asking that for a reason, just kind of gauge where you're at so we can, you know, continue to edify each other on this dialogue. But which approach would you take?
Well, I think I'm kind of missing who are the people you're getting resources from. Are the Israelites that don't know it and you're not choosing to convert them in order to deal with them?
Correct.
Yeah, you don't have to force anybody into the ideology in order to do business with them. That's not the issue. The thing that I'm saying is dealing with, it's not the economic approach to RBG. It's the fact that you're kind of like a middle of the road Israelite. And I don't want to say that and sound like I'm insulting, but I want to say,
you could be frank. I got tough skin.
If we came from Israel, we went through Africa and came to America. Say that again. I'm sorry.
No. I said it's cool. You could be frank. You know, I got tough skin. I'm not going to take offense to anything. I just want you to speak freely so that way we all can gauge, you know, where you're coming from. So it's all good.
Okay. So basically what I was saying, if we left Israel, went into Africa, came over to America, and now we're trying to get back to Israel. The point that I like you to, instead of you taking us back to Israel, you're taking us back to the intermediate spot when we left Israel. And you're trying to say what we're looking for is in Africa and not in Israel. So my question to you would be, and from my perspective, if we're waking up over here in America and we're the ones pushing. We got the biggest voice to Israel and being who we were and figuring out where we came from. Why should I be an RBG Hebrew? Just be a red, white, and blue Hebrew out of which you.
I can't hear you. I think your audio went out.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. I think I'm speaking from a premise that I had previously about about it being something that was out of Africa. Now you're saying it's out the acronym you gave for the Union of Marcus Garvey. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Going in and out. Okay. But even still, it seems that there's still a like I said, by your medallion and the way you approach it about Africa, it still seems to be surrounding Africa. So it seems like you're taking us back to a place that we transitioned through to get where we are now. And we're actually trying to get beyond Africa. We're trying to get back to Israel, and you're taking us back to Africa versus the original. And why should I be RBG instead of red, white, and blue?
Gotcha. So, so that's a good question. So you're saying that I'm not taking us back to Israel. So I think we're having two different conversations. I think one thing is the flag and what it represents and why I utilize the flag to convey unity to work with Black organizations in order to bring resources back to the Israelite community. And then I think it segued into my perspective on how we get back to Israel, right? So when you say that we should be going back to Israel, are you talking about the landmass of Israel, or are you talking about the people called Israel?
All encompassing the people and the landmass and the culture, which I updating called Africa.
Okay, so you're saying the people, the landmass, and the culture, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we look at the landmass, do you subscribe to Israel being part of Asia or being part of Africa?
You said, do I look at it? I don't really care to make a distinction of that. I had some gripes with the tectonic plate discussion y'all were having on the conscious, can it makes it whether it's a part of Africa or part of Asia. I can be fine with either.
Okay, so either or doesn't mess. Okay, so my particular perspective is I don't look to the Ashkenazim, the Sephardim, the Yemenite, the Mizrahadim, or any of those groups in order to reconstruct what we lost, right? So my perspective is I would rather deal with the brothers and sisters on West Africa who identify as being an Israelite and working back from where their position is at and what they've been able to preserve and maintain to bring us back to an identity of being Israel. So this is in no way advocating anything outside of that. It's just a methodology in which I utilize in order to reconstruct the identity that we lost. And if we've been severed from West Africa and brought here to the Americas, then how were we operating when we were in West Africa? Was it the same way we was operating before we got kicked out of the land? Because all of these factors had to be taken into account. When I read the scriptures, the objective is, well, how can we restore what we lost so that way we can get that preeminence again and we can use it and practice it so that way it is a sweet savior in the mouth of Yah, or it is a sweet smell into the nose of Yah so that he's pleased with what we're doing. So in order for us to get back to what we call Israelite culture, Israelite identity, we have to do a reverse process of looking at, okay, look, we came from Israel, we migrated into Africa, we made it to West Africa, from West Africa, we made it to America. So in order for us to get back to the point of origin, we have to backtrack and go back to see where we was at, what we was doing, so we can begin to look at all the trace evidence so we can go back and reconstruct what was lost. So my methodology of doing that has nothing to do with any group outside of us. I take into account the other groups that are there in West Africa that have preserved elements of our culture that was lost, so we can properly make the trace of origin back to where we came from. That's what my methodology is. So in doing so, because I identify Israel as being part of the continent of Africa, I say an African can either consist of the two phylum groups of a Shemite or Hamite. And when you break down a Shemite or break down a Hamite, that's when we're able to identify who's who. And the scriptures, it doesn't tell us what tribes are in West Africa. They tell us where Libya is at. They tell us where Mizraim is at. They tell us where Cush is at. They tell us where Ham settled. We don't know about any of the other groups that settled in West Africa, that settled in South Africa. What people tend to do is they tend to take the term a Cushite and apply it broadly to the entire continent of Africa and have no way of systematically explaining or conveying how you can just take one term and throw it on a whole continent mass and say that it encompasses every ethnic group that is there. There are thousands of ethnic groups that's on that continent. That term Kush does not encompass all those ethnic groups, because the question would be, if Kush has a particular ethnic characteristics, are those same characteristics historically, do they align with all the other ethnic groups in Africa that is not represented in Genesis chapter 10? And if it doesn't, then what group of people are they? Then we'd have to explain that. We have to say, well, what represents those people? Could they be Shemites that migrated there to the west? If we're saying that Israelites migrated to the west, then that means Israelites would be Shemites, but they would be considered African by people who are not familiar with their migration route and the amount of years we spent on the continent of Africa. We was on the continent of Africa longer than we were in the land of Israel. So I'm talking about the motherland continent. So that means we have an immense or rich history of our settlement on the continent of Africa, that if we're not able to go back and look at these things and bring ourselves back or regress back chronologically back from that period of time of settlement in the continent of Africa back to Israel, then what's going to tend to happen is we're going to go to a source other than ourselves in order for us to reconstruct our identity, and that will be the Ashkenazim. We will go back and look at the Ashkenazim, see the things that they do, and take the things that they're doing outside of the Tanakh, but the way they're doing it, and we'll blackwash it and say, well, that's our culture that they took, and that's who we are. As opposed to looking at the time capsule that was left in West Africa, where we came from, and where those ancestors who were Israelites settled in that area have left their fingerprints or their ethnic markers in West Africa to see how they preserved our culture, so we can get back to being those Israelites that left out of the land or got kicked out of land in the first place. So the question that I would say to you, since you're representing yourself, you're saying that you're not part of One West, and that's fine. Even if you was, it would still be fine, because this dialogue would still be good. What I want to know from you, my brother, is, I know the issue you have with RBG. You're saying that it makes the waters lukewarm, so that way people in the conscious community don't have to wake up to their identity as Israel. I would say that if you were to see my inbox of the hundreds of messages that I received from brothers and sisters in the conscious community that have reached out to me in regards to being an Israelite, I think that you would probably have a different perspective on that, right? But they'd have to give me permission in order for me to show screenshots of that. But every time I interface on that platform, I have hundreds of brothers and sisters that come to me and say, man, I didn't know this about being an Israelite, and I didn't know this artifact, and I didn't know about this migration, and nobody explained this to me. And they would come back to me and they would express this to me, and then I would give them the tools in order to carve their own path in regards to their walk with the Most High, right? I'm not going to hold their hand and do it. I give them the tools, I point them to the way, and they got to pioneer their own path. So if you were to see that, then I think you would say, well, you know what? I understand that the RBG is only a political, economical vehicle in order for us to achieve resources to build the Israelite community. For example, Who in the Israelite community has a healthcare plan for our community? Does anybody in our community have a healthcare plan? So that way I can sign up for it. And once I sign up for that healthcare plan, then I can go to get alternative practitioners to treat me for various ailments. Do we have that in our community? Because if we do, then that person that has it should be at the forefront. If we don't, where are we going to get these resources in order to create that? Do we have our own gold mines in our community? If we don't have our own gold mines in our community, and we know gold retains its value regardless of whatever fluctuation happens with any kind of fiat currency, then where do we go to get it from? Where's these hard resources? Do we have oil in our community? If we don't have oil in our community, that's a problem. Do we have an airline in our community? If we don't have an airline, then that's a problem. If we don't, do we have a means of defending ourselves internationally, no matter where we go? We don't. Where are we going to get that from? Do we have any banks that's run by Israelites in our community? If so, where are they? And we don't have these resources. And we sit here in captivity, say, you know what? I'm just going to sit here and wait for the Most High to take me out of here. Then what good are we doing as far as differentiating ourselves from Christians? Because we don't have resources to do anything. And we're going to go back to our culture. We need resources in order to do that. And we have to be able to have people in prominent positions in order to give us back that intel and those resources so that we can restore what we lost. That is all RBG does. And being that a lot of that identity was left behind in the continent of Africa, and a lot of our brothers and sisters have been scattered to the four corners, the objective is how do we reach out to these various entities, right, to bring the resources in which they have, no matter where they at, and bring it and concentrate it back to the communities that we have to live in each and every day. Whether we're waiting here for the Most High or not, people still got houses, right? They're still paying a mortgage note. They're still paying a car note. They're still paying for health care. They're still putting their children in public school, right? They're still eating the food that's here. If we don't control none of these things, then how are we restoring anything back to its original form? People go outside to the store and they buy food that was never grown in Israel before. How are we restoring the culture and we eating French fries? How are we restoring the culture and we driving cars that they didn't have back then? How many of us are jumping on a horse and riding a horse or riding a donkey? We're not doing those things, which means contemporary, there are some changes that we have to apply the template that's in Torah to see how it works and that way we function today. And being that the Israelites never lived in a vacuum society, they've always had partnerships with other entities in order to get the necessary resources to build their community. So if my approach may be weak, may have flaws, may have issues, I'm willing to say, okay, you know what? I agree. It probably does. But then the person on the other end, I would say, well, what is your plan to get us back to a state where we can restore our nationhood? Nation requires resources in order to run. We have limited resources. But if we're going to continue to be in a vacuum and not work with other groups simply because they don't identify as being an Israelite, who we will call an Israelite, then what we're doing is we're changing ourselves, and we will never get back to what it is we're trying to restore. We will always be in a situation where we will be right here simply because we don't know how to navigate up the ladder to get what we need to come back and bring it to those here to bring them up further up the ladder. So all RBG does is it allows us to do that. It is not a compromise in regards to our identity. It is not a compromise in regards to our culture. It is not a compromise to the statute, laws, and commandments of the Most High. It is just us partnering with other entities that have the resources necessary to allow us to restore back to our culture. And that is simply all that I am attempting to do. And if people disagree with it, that's fine. All I'm saying is if you have a better plan, just let me know. And if it's better than mine, I will concede to it. That's all. So I'm going to give you another 5 minutes or so you can expound and maybe give your rebuttal or your perspective.
Oh, then you're breaking up now.
Move forward, but I'm gonna give you some time out. Yeah, you got the floor.
I'm gonna respond to it. Oh, okay. It was breaking up a little bit when you was going, but I think I pretty much have the gist of it because I know your background on autonomy. I know what your stance is pretty much on that. So I know what points you were making on that. I forgot what you were saying before that, but I understood because it was a recent argument you was making with that. And I know your background on the subjects you was making. I know you said there was a question you was going to pose to me. You broke up, so I'm not sure if you actually asked it asked that question, so I want to know if you asked me a question before I rebuttal.
I think maybe the connection is not that great, but all I was saying was, if my approach is wrong and trying to get the necessary resources to build us back up as a nation, with one of the fundamental things is to restore culture, is to build a community and implement autonomy, and using the RBG element as a means of obtaining resources from other groups of people that reflect our oppression, right? That we can work with and get resources, because we know the oppressor is not going to give us everything that we need in order to get where we need to go, because their whole entire system or construct is designed on our oppression and suppression. So when we deal with other people, whether it's Israelites that are scattered to the four corners of the earth, or whether it's other nations that are also oppressed like we are, that we can go and create partnerships with in order to build ourselves up as a nation. If that approach is wrong, then I would like to know if there is a better approach. You know, I would like it to be presented so that way I can at least consider it, since my approach is making the waters lukewarm so that people don't have to wake up to be in Israel, right? So that was just what I proposed to you. Hopefully it's going across clear, because I know there's a breakup in our connection, but I would just like to give you another 5 minutes, or 5 to 7 minutes, just to expound on your perspective of either what I said or what you believe is the better paradigm in order to restore our culture, build us up as a nation, and bring us back to Israel.
All right, this last part breaking up. Are you still going, brother?
Yes, I'm still on, but I'm done. You could
Okay.
you can
All
respond
right.
to what you heard, or you can just expound. You got another 5, 7 minutes to do it. I just want people to hear your perspective as well.
Okay. My question to you, I guess, would be is why do we need RBG? Why would we have to come under a banner that was created not under the Israelite paradigm, but under something else? And my initial issue, actually, my comment was going to be that when you made the comment that we have a little more respect when we know where the RBG flag comes from and why it was created, I was actually going to say that it's actually a little less respectable knowing why it is, because to me, it's the exact same thing that's being done for people that push Kemet. It's a for our people to be able to look to something and be able to, I guess, soothe their wounds instead of actually giving them an answer. So it seems a bit, I guess, pathetic for us to look to something to just make us feel better instead of actually going after something that's concrete. And by that, I mean, with you, why would we use RBG to establish a relationship with somebody else when that RBG doesn't represent what we're pushing? So instead of forcing other people to come under our ideology so that we can deal with them, but at the same time, why let somebody else force us to take on something in order for us to deal with them? So if we can't come up with our own flag or banner or something that the Israelite movement that we have going over here in America, why should we do business under something that's not representing us? Because where the RBG flag came from is not what we're moving under as of right now. And then, let me see, she said, I don't have an issue with your economic movement about being autonomous. I understand that and I respect that. I can't tell you that I have a better plan than you do. I wouldn't say that your plan has any major fault except that it's not really a representation of the movement. And that's the only issue with the RBG, is that it's not representing being an Israelite. It's actually representing, it's basically representing something else, with Israelite being tied into it. And my question to you would be, why come together under that, or why do we have to come together under that? Can we make something on our own and still keep these relationships, or are these relationships tied to us accepting red, black, and green?
All right, those are excellent questions or inquiries. Again, being an RBG Hebrew Israelite is an option. I don't say that everybody that's an Israelite needs to come under the RBG banner. That's an option, right? What I'm saying is, being that I've interfaced with many organizations who do not agree with the spiritual system and ethnic identity as being an Israelite, I cannot let that stop me or my organization from getting the necessary resources from those individuals in order to build our community. So if I'm in there saying to them, hey, look, if you don't want to get down with this Israelite thing, we ain't working with you, we could possibly do that. And if people want to boycott other organizations until they wake up as being an Israelite, they can go ahead and do that. How effective is that going to be?
No, don't do that.
Huh?
I'm not saying do that, though.
No,
I'm not asking you to do that.
Yeah. I'm not saying you
I'm
said
saying
that.
The same way you saying you're not forcing anybody to come. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, to think this premise is predicated on that. I don't want you to think that, even though I'm not saying that, I don't want you to think that somehow anybody has to convert to anything, because if we had our culture intact and we had brotherhood going, we should be able to deal and do business with anyone. You're saying have a banner so that we represent something. I'm guessing you're saying that we have to have something that represents our nation. And since RBG is already established, then we can just use that. Well, I'm saying,
RBG
instead of using something that does not represent our movement,
it doesn't represent.
Why don't we establish something that does, and then use that to do business? We can do business with anybody.
That's true.
That doesn't make a difference. Even if those people are Israelites, we can still do business with people in.
You went out for a second.
There's a little delay in our back and forth, so I don't know what.
Are you on
what portion you're in?
Or are you on your
what you heard last?
Are you on Wi-Fi or are you on your mobile network?
You saying it don't represent us as a nation? What were you trying to get across?
Yeah, I was saying your connection that you're on right now, is it on Wi-Fi or is it on your mobile phone?
I had the YouTube going as well. I just turned it off because when you would freeze, I would look at that.
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is the RBG flag does not represent us.
It's on my phone. It's on my phone.
Okay, cool. The RBG flag does not represent us as a nation. The RBG flag is an association that we have to partner up with other organizations who do not identify as Israel, but are willing to work with us so we can get the necessary resources for them to build Israel. Now, within Israel, we can set up our own organizations, businesses, and I encourage that. For example, I have one called Natural Path to Eden, which is a health consultation program. It is also going to be implemented as a healthcare plan. So that way people who work can actually get their HMOs to pay into this healthcare plan, so that way they can go to alternative practitioners in order to get wellness and health assistance so they can recuperate back to their primary state of health. So this is a program that's founded on the principle of Eden. When man was in Eden, he was in the perfect state. So a natural path to Eden is a path that we take in regards to wellness to get us back to the prime state that man was in when he was in Eden. This is a program that I created based on a biblical principle. And this program can also work not just for Israel, people who identify as being Israel, but it can work for people outside of the community of Israel as well. So they can pay into this so it can benefit us as being Israel. That has nothing to do with the RBG flag at all, right? My other program is called Jubilee Manumission. That is a way of eliminating third-party non-federal debt, so that way people can have a clean state and they can go back and they can, increase their credit score and be able to get a house or get another job or whatever it is that they need to do in order to acquire what they need in order to get back on their path. Again, the word Jubilee, we know, is an English rendition of the Hebrew word Yobel, and that has to do with the period of time in which the captives are let free. Manumission is when a slave master gives the paperwork that certifies that their slave has been released from their custody and that that slave is now free. The premise of this comes from scripture. It is a program that benefits the community of Israel first, but if other people outside of Israel wants to partake into the program, then we have no problem doing it because the resources that we get from outsiders gets funneled back into the community of Israel. Both of these two programs, which is just two of several programs that I offer, are founded upon biblical principles, and they are first and foremost offered to the community of Israel, but it's also extended to people outside of our community, so that way when we get their funding, their money, when they buy in or take up these programs, it can still go back into funding things that we're doing in Israel. RBG, because it is already an existing association that people who are considered Negroes or Blacks in America have their own spiritual systems, but they have organizations that spring out of their spiritual systems that have accumulated resources that when we work with them based on that association, has nothing to do with us being Israelites. It doesn't compromise our identity as being Israelites. It doesn't say, oh, we're not Israelites no more because we're RBG. All I'm saying is that there are already brothers and sisters that are established that come under this banner. They have resources, programs, etc., that can help us as a nation. So what we're doing is we're using that as one of many, keyword, one of many paths in order for us to get what we need to build ourselves up as a nation. So it has nothing to do with saying, okay, look, now I'm going to start worshiping Ray. Or what, now I'm going to start doing this ritual. It has nothing to do with that. That is just purely economic and political, based on other Black organizations that have already banded together in order to cross-exchange resources. So that way, the people who are part of that organization can benefit from it. And being an RBG Hebrew is just one factor in our community. Everybody's not RBG. But what we do specifically is we go at the table with these other organizations and we see what they're offering, and we take that and channel it back to the community. We're not telling everybody that they have to do this, but you need people that play certain roles that could bring additional resources in order to help us get to where we need to go. And that is all that flag does. It does not eradicate any other initiatives that we try to spring up as a collective intellectual property of a group or a nation of people. It does not absolve that. It does not contradict that. It does not compromise that. It is just one of many vehicles in which we utilize in order to get the necessary resources for an organization that's already established and already partnered up under that banner, and in going to the table with them, whether it's a nation in Africa or whether it's a Black organization in America, we get the resources from them, put it back into the community, so that way other initiatives that we want to do intrinsically can get up off the ground, and then we can restore ourselves back to the prominence that we once had before we fell. So again, this is not compromising anything that we're doing. It is just one of many tools used to build ourselves as a nation. Because if people keep using that term nation, and I ask them all these questions, where's your manufacturing plant? You saying we are a nation, Well, our forefathers had a manufacturing plant. What's our GDP as a nation? Do we have one? What is it? When I start asking these questions, where's our hospitals at? So when I start asking these questions, people are saying we are a nation and we don't have these things. And one of the main reasons why we don't have it is because we don't have any diplomats from the Israelite community going to other groups who have these resources, finding out how those resources are established, getting the necessary materials or whatever to bring it back so we can build these things. Then we have a problem. That's how I see it, because that means we are still dependent on other groups to sustain ourselves every day. Because if we don't have a hospital and we have a trauma-related issue going on, then what are we going to do? Stay at home and bleed to death? Or are we going to go to that hospital? But guess what? If we had our own hospital, because we have diplomats all over the place, bringing resources to go back and build these infrastructures, funding these infrastructures, putting personnel in the infrastructures, then guess what? Now we can say, look, we don't have to go to those hospitals no more. As a nation, we have our own hospital. Here it is. And we have one in this city, and we have one in that city. We're not there yet. Even if we're going to take it away from America, and let's say we're going to go back to Israel, which is going to be very difficult to do this in Israel. And, you know, the town in Dimona is grandfathered in, so a lot of things that they're able to do. But if we leave in mass here and go to Israel and think we're going to do this, that's not going to work. It's not going to work that way, because there's already a state that has a legal status that's already in place that is purposely going to resist what we're doing. Even though we're going to get resistance here, we're going to get resistance going over too. So that doesn't mean it's going to work. But if we're in solidarity with many organizations of scattered Israelites, as well as resources that's on the continent of Africa, and we can pull and aggregate all these things in, now we have more of a fighting chance. Or my brother Uziyahu says, we have breathing room. So that way we can sustain our quality of life until the Most High sets things right. Because at the end of the day, all the efforts that we're making is only giving us breathing room because we still had to be redeemed from our captivity, and only the Most High can do it. But in the interim, there are templates in the scriptures that encourage us to become autonomous until that process happens. A great example of that is when the Israelites was in Babylonian captivity. What were they doing in Babylonian captivity? They were settling there. The Most High sent Jeremiah to go and send a letter to them, giving them instructions on what to do. They were to be active while they were in captivity, because if they became too complacent, then when the call went out to leave Babylon, they would never leave Babylon. The objective is not to become billionaires in doing this. The objective is to have the necessary resources so we can sustain a quality of life, so we can concentrate our efforts on worshiping Yah and carrying out his statutes, laws, and commandments as he would want us to do. And in the process of doing this, when judgments come upon this earth, we have enough resources that we don't have to look at society and say, oh man, you know, they just took down the money system. We ain't got no way to survive. We say, no. You remember those RBG elements we put in place on those African nations in West Africa that were mining gold, that we have a connection with, and now they were able to supply us with that gold with a less amount of liens and taxes on it than we would get from a other ethnic group. Now we have these resources. We can use this to sustain ourselves until these judgments are over and the Most High takes us and replaces us back in the land. It is a way to have a contingency plan so we can survive. So when the Most High destroys this Babylonian system, we are not caught in distress. Because if this system affects the closing of hospitals and something happens to a brother and sister as an Israelite, then what are we going to do? What are we going to do? If this is going to affect the manufacturing plants that we get our clothes from, what are we going to do? We have to have these things in place if we say we're a nation. So when the Most High judges this planet, we can be self-contained and we can be autonomous, so that way we have things in place. So that way we have a network, we have resources, and we're not affected by how he judges the world, because we will be able to come amongst ourselves. We don't have that yet. So anybody that has an issue with, when I'm not saying you particularly, my brother, I'm just saying anybody has an issue with a brother that's becoming a diplomat to these other groups and organizations in other nations in order to amass these resources. So when the Most High judges this earth, we can be good and set apart. When he sees us, we're not saying, oh man, he can't destroy Babylon yet because I still got to go and get this car and I still got to go and get this. We have to be in a way where we have everything amongst ourselves to say, look, if he destroys Babylon, I'm good. If I get sick, I can call this brother, sister. If I need clothes, I can call this brother, sister. If I need food, I can call this brother, sister. If I need, we already have everything in place, my network in place, and all the RBG flag does is that helps us to work with these organizations that have these resources to bring it back to Israel, so we can bring up these initiatives, so that way we can build ourselves up as a nation. So when the judgment comes and reigns on this place, we will not fret. We will not be in fear. We will work amongst ourselves in order for us to survive while the world is being judged, until Yah brings us back and restores us fully. Any other effort that we make is a valiant attempt, but it will never be fully successful until Yah supernaturally intervenes on our behalf. So that's all it's about. And again, it's not to interfere with what we're doing as a nation. It is to assist in the building of our nation, just like our forefathers used Persian assistance, used Phoenician assistance, used Egyptian assistance, used assistance from several other groups in order to build themselves up as a nation. That's just what our forefathers did. And in this day and age, in captivity,
But
we can
I
operate
think
similarly, but we have
might be
different
missing it.
ways of doing so. Yeah, go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I think there's no gripe with the economic and working with other nations. I don't know if you realize that that's not necessarily the way you frame RBG. You particularly, I'm talking about you. It's not just this avenue in which you dip into to get the resources and come back to the community. After you dip into that avenue, I don't know if you understand that you walk away with RBG on your sleeve. So you're not just an Israelite. You're not divine prospect, the Israelite, and then you step into this avenue that's being created because you have a avenue or relationship with different people, and just this is just the avenue in which you deal with it. You are an RBG Hebrew. You're not an Israelite that deals with this RBG avenue in order to provide economic or any other particular resources that we can get from RBG. You are an RBG Hebrew. When you walk away with this avenue in your title, you have now become something else. There's no issue with the work you're doing with RBG or that avenue, right? And I don't think it would be with anyone, One West or any other Israelite. I don't think that's the gripe, is that you are an RBG Hebrew and that's foreign. I guess I don't understand what that is. I don't understand what a RBG or an RBG Hebrew is. I understand.
I think you're freezing up a little bit. I get the gist of what you're saying, but I think we can't really hear what you're saying. So if you are able, can you get on Wi-Fi or get on a laptop and get back on the link, so that way your connection is better? Because I don't want anybody to miss what it is that you're saying. So what I'll do is I'm going to drop you. If you can get on Wi-Fi or get on the laptop, click on the link again and jump right back in, and we'll pick up the discussion. All right. So I'm just going to kick you for
I'll
right
see
now.
what I can do.
But you can jump back in, work on that, and jump back in. Okay. But I hear what you said, and I'm going to respond to it. All right. So the brother says that I don't have any issues. And shout out to the brother J Mill for jumping in and having this dialogue with me. I appreciate that, because it helps to make things more acutely clear for the listening audience, right? So the brothers, he's really doing a good job trying to get to the nitty gritty and the core of RBG Hebrew, so he can understand it. What he's saying is, Divine, I don't have an issue with you using RBG as a means or a vehicle to get the resources that we need and to make the various partnerships and whatever the case may be. Because remember, the objective of RBG is looking at the common denominator between all these peoples and using that common denominator in order to exchange resources to build up each community or each group. This doesn't make us one single mass of people. That's impossible. There are tribes. We are tribal people. So we will never be all just one group of people. That's not going to happen, right? Even Israel themselves, as a people, we've been scattered. So we are in different countries and continents and, you know, under different auspices of governance and things of that nature. So it's going to be difficult for us to be one people. That's not happening. That's ecumenism. That's not going to happen, right? So what we have to do is find the common denominators that we all share and say, look, we have this, this, and that. We have this, this, and that in common. Okay, being that these things are causing a difficulty of us amassing resources to build up ourselves as a nation, let's come together, cross-exchange what we have amongst each other so we can bring those things back to our respective communities and build our respective communities. He's saying, I don't have an issue with that, Divine. But what happens is, Divine, now you're wearing this RBG Hebrew thing on your sleeve. Now you become something totally different. And I really don't know what this RBG Hebrew thing is. Because from the brother's mind, he's saying, well, I can understand you saying that you come under the auspices of RBG in order to get these resources and come back to the community. He's saying, but you're bringing this RBG thing back with you when you do it. And I say to him, yes, it is an ideology, not a theology. It is an ideology so that when other brothers and sisters who are associated with RBG, when they look to see what we're doing in our community, it will inspire them to inquire further. And then from there, we can have a different dialogue outside the association with the RBG element. So what I'm saying is, I connect with brothers and sisters that's on that continent of Africa. You know how many Israelites that I've spoken to that are on the continent of Africa? And let me tell you this, if you was to see these brothers and sisters, they look just like what we would call Hamites. How do you know on that continent who's an Israelite and who's not? How do you know on that continent who's a Shemite and who's a Hamite? How do you know on that continent who's who? I'm not going to help no other entity unless we as a nation are getting something from it. So we're going to have to work together, right? Because Israel in times past, they had trade going on. They did trade with all other groups around them. They were getting taxes that they were collecting from the nations they subdued. They had an entire system that was established. When I say RBG Hebrew, that is a moniker. It is one of the things that represent what I do. At the end of the day, my cultural identity is a Israelite. Israelite. That's my cultural identity. That is never going to change. That is why I still keep these fringes on. Why? Because these fringes remind me to keep the statute, laws, and commandments of the Most High. But this red, black, and green represents another element to help me get the resources in order for me to continue to keep these statutes, to continue to keep these laws, and to continue to keep these commandments. So people may, again, have an issue with the RBG thing, and is that in the Bible? And they say, well, RBG in the Bible. Somebody made a funny comment saying, was the disciples RBG? Come on. You know, if you're thinking like that, you're thinking, anachronistic, you're making an anachronism in your mind to say, well, they didn't have RBG back then. Now, if we look at each captivity, I can show you something different that the Israelites did that they didn't do before. Let me give you an example. How do you think the Hasmonean dynasty during the Grecian rule, how do you think that came about? How do you think that came about? Do you think that's sanctioned? Because those of you who have an issue with that, then guess what? There's a very important holiday that some of y'all follow that you shouldn't follow because it's not in Torah. Matter of fact, let's get into it. Let's get into it. How many of y'all celebrate Purim? How many of y'all celebrate Purim? Hit one. Hit one if you celebrate Purim. I don't have no issue with people that do. I don't celebrate it. Why? Because it's not in Leviticus chapter 23 and it's not in Deuteronomy chapter 16. I don't celebrate Purim. Hit 1 if you celebrate Purim. Hit 1. I don't see no ones. Hit 1 if you celebrate Purim. Go ahead. Okay, it looks like my connection is breaking up. I don't know why that's the case. I apologize for that, family. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. So there's some people in there. There's some people in there that celebrate Purim, right? So I don't know why it's breaking up right now, family. I don't know why it's breaking up. It's not my camera. Hold on. Oh, man. I don't know what's going on right now. Hopefully it's a little bit better now. Let me know if it's a little bit better. Let me know if it's a little bit better, family. Is it better? If it's better, hit 1. Ah, man. Hold on, family. Let me see. Let me see if this works. All right. I don't know if it's better or not. Let me know if the connection is better. I don't know if it's better. Hit 1 if the connection is better. Yeah, I think he's right about that. Hit 1 if the connection is better, family. Ah, man. Just when we was going in. Hold on, let me see something. All right. Let me know if the connection is better, family. Hit 1 if the connection is a little bit better. That's better. All right. All right. Cool. All right. So let's finish what I was saying. Right. Damn, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, holidays. So I see some people hit 1 that keeps Purim. How many of y'all keep Hanukkah? Hit 1 if you keep Hanukkah. Hit 1. Hit 1 if you keep Hanukkah. Hit 1. So if you keep Purim and you keep Hanukkah, what did the Israelites have to do in order for those Chagim to be established? What did they have to do in order for that to be established? Let me know. I agree with Toy Daniel Yisrael that Babylon, quote unquote, is a system, not just a place. It is a system. All right. A modern Hebrew language from a West African standpoint. What is that? All right. So the connection is not better. All right. Hold on. I thought the connection was better. So if you keep Hanukkah and you keep Purim, which is not in Leviticus 23, which is not in Deuteronomy 16, and you realize that in order for these feasts to be established, the Israelites had to work with other nations in order to have these feasts that are not in Torah, then you realize that partnerships with other ethnic groups, other nations was necessary for the Israelites to establish certain things. So were these things wrong? Is Purim and Hanukkah wrong to celebrate today? Because Yah did not command us to keep these things? Or was it due to an evolution based on a oppression that the Israelites were under, that they adopted certain things so that way they can keep their community within the league of being in line with the statute, laws, and commandments? They maneuvered, they navigated, they fought battles, they had to influence people, they had to work with groups in order to still be here today. So RBG is the same thing. It's fighting against an oppressive system that seeks to destroy us. And what you're doing is you're banding with other groups and other nations that also have that same common denominator, and you can relate with one another on that level, and you cross-exchange resources to ensure, in our case, that the people of Israel or the children of Israel can still have a degree of sustenance while we're in captivity. So again, RBG Hebrew is the avenue in which we use to work with other organizations that are willing to come under those auspices so that we can cross-change, resources so we can build ourselves up as a nation. Now, when people start saying, well, what you RBG, I want to know if you are now saying doctrine, because RBG is not a doctrine. It's not a teaching as it pertains to the scriptures. It's not a doctrine. And I think that that's the problem. People think that it's a doctrine. It's not a doctrine. It is an affiliation with an association that has a flag that represents it in order for us to get the necessary resource with people who have a similar plight in order to pull it back into our community so we then can really become a nation. That's what that is. So if anybody thinks it's anything more than that, they think it's a doctrine, now we got to deal with doctrine. And we can have that discussion. Okay, so Shannon Coffer, post your email. I will send you the link and we can have this dialogue. That's simple. That's all. Post your email. I will send you the link and we can have this dialogue. All right. And me and you can finish off with the dialogue. I'm going to transition to Q&A and I'm going to go for the night. All right. Because I have a long day tomorrow. All right. We've been on here for a couple of hours. I agree, Sheila E. We do need to come together as a people. But in order to do so, our people have to have tact and diplomacy. We don't understand tact and diplomacy. We don't care about it. But yet our forefathers used it all the time. When we learn tact and diplomacy, you can get more done that way. But we're thinking we're so short-sighted and closed-minded. We're not thinking about the bigger picture in order to liberate Israel and to give us enough breathing room so we can sustain a quality of life, so we can be separate and distinct from Babylon. So when judgments reign, we don't have to be connected to Babylon. But we're not thinking that. Restorative culture is being able to restore your culture back to a place in which it was in its prominence. And it's restoring it to a point that no other group has a hold of authority on that culture. How are we establishing this? What are we doing in order to restore that? Most of us are blackwashing things that were handed down to us by the oppressor, or those who have oppressed us, or those who participate in the oppressive system that oppresses us. That's what a lot of us do. We don't know the provenance of a lot of these practices or customs that we do today. We have no understanding of a lot of these things. All I'm doing is I'm showing you guys through my methodology on how I'm attempting to restore what we lost, so we can find our ethnic markers. We can restore ourselves back to that culture that no other group on this planet outside of us can claim. And in doing so, it sets us apart, makes us distinct. And now we can create a community out of that, and we can implement autonomy so we can come to each other and come together in order to get what we need in order for us to survive. That's all, family. That's all. People don't know the language of tact and diplomacy and wonder why they're being destroyed. But I guess what? When they're on that job, I bet you they use diplomacy and tact in order to get that raise. I bet you. I bet you when they go into that bank because they want to get that loan, they use diplomacy and tact. I bet you when a police officer is running up on them, they're going to use diplomacy and tact, or they're going to get shot or arrested. We know how to use diplomacy and tact in every other aspect of our lives except for when it comes together with one another. This is why so many relationships were not only people within our community, but outside of our community. I know how to navigate to get what we need to build our people up. That's what I do. People may get mad, they may feel a certain kind of way about that, but then I'm like, well, but what results are you producing then? I have no problem with people's critique or their opinion. I just want to know if you're doing it better, let me know. On an international scale, how are you doing this better? Let me know. But like I said, so all my brothers and sisters that believe that they're Israelites on West Africa, if I was to show, now mind you, I know some individuals that are Hamites, some individuals that identify as Israelites. If I was to put a picture up before you of both of them, I want to see how many of y'all can tell me which is which. I'm going to do that next live stream. I'm going to get pictures from my brothers who are Israelites over in West Africa, and I'm going to get you some regular West Africans. I'm going to put those pictures up, and I want to see y'all tell me who's who. I want to know who's who. I want y'all to tell me, how do you know who's who? How do you know? How do you know who's who? By looking at them. How do you know? Hold on, let me switch over connection. Hold on, family. Hold on, I'm almost done. I want that brother's email so I can send him the link. And that's the issue with us sometimes. But like I said, there's no, I never put people in a hopeless position. If there's a problem, I always try to offer a solution, right? You know, but this state of dogma and, you know, religious zeal, we have to do something. We have to curb that, because that is really what's separating us more than anything else. I hope this is working fine, man. This connection thing is really pissing me off. It's blurry again, so they probably are throttling it. Yeah, it was better the other way. All right, let me get back to that. Hold on. Unfortunately, this internet thing is really pissing me off. It's really pissing me off. So Shannon Coffer, post your email address so we can dialogue and I can move on with the broadcast. We can get into the Q&A and I can end off on a positive note. All right. So if you are going to have the dialogue, I'm giving you an opportunity now. Post your link so we can chat. I need to make sure you're a real person, and we can chat. All right, because a lot of times people, he put his email address. All right, let me bring you on real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna bring you on, and then we can chat. I'm give you an opportunity to speak. And as y'all know, I'm very respectful. I'm not gonna cut you off. I'm gonna let you build. Like I said, I haven't vetted you yet, so I don't know what angle you coming from. I just know you disagree with something. All right. So Shannon Coffee, shout out to Talk Truth with Shawnee. Thank you, sis, for the donation. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, sis. So Shannon Coffee, you have the link. All right. Sanctified Levitical Priesthood. What is that? SLP? Okay. Well, you have the link. Click on it, join in, and let's chat real quick. And I guess you can explain what this SLP thing is. And again, I don't know why people thinking that I'm saying RBG is the be-all, end-all solution. The objective is restoring our culture, and we can only do that when we get the necessary resources to do so. The objective is to establish ourselves as a nation again, to the best of our ability, and to the Most High is able to put things in place. The best thing to do is have partnerships and relationships with other groups of people so we can use that as the means of sustaining ourselves. That's all. I never said that everybody has to be an RBG. There's some of us that have carved that niche in order to get what was necessary in order to build ourselves up as a nation. I mean, how could anybody have an issue with that? I don't understand. I have no clue. I think people are saying that, oh, what you're doing is, and it's all these misconceptions. And again, I can't say everybody with these misconceptions does not follow this channel. Like my brother that was just on J-Mail, I could tell that brother watches a good deal of the material that I put out, but he still has his position, and I respect that. What I'm saying is RBG is not our theology. RBG is not our Israelite culture. It is something that we associate with that shows that we're willing to work with other organizations and other nations that have the same common denominator as us, and we can utilize that to build ourselves up as a nation. I've said it repeatedly at least 20-something times. at least 20 times since this live stream has been going on. And I'm sure it should be pretty clear by now. I'm waiting for this brother to click on the link so we can chat real quick. Okay, where's this brother at? I sent him the link. Shannon Coffee, please go to your email, click the link so we can advance forward the broadcast because it's getting late. JJO Lagok, I don't know why people have an issue with it, but they do. And I think they mostly do because they don't understand it. I guess they think that we're trying to lead people astray to something else. And if they are familiar with this channel, then they would know that that's definitely not the case. So Shannon, I'm still waiting for you. Where you at? Okay. So he's not putting up. So I guess now he's being quiet. So let's move on, family. I'm going to move on. I just wanted to touch the RBG element, and I think I explained it. Some of y'all want a small presentation on it, so I'll explain, what that is. When I had the debate with Jabari, the third round was to present a solution. And those of you who have watched that debate with me and Jabari didn't present no solution. I have the most plausible and viable solution that stems from out of our Israelite culture. And I explained it thoroughly what it is. If you go back to Crows on a Straw Man and watch that series again, I also expound on that as well. So the real solution is coming out of our culture as being Israelites. That's the best solution for our people. Why? Because it fully embodies what RBG represents. And we have all the mechanisms necessary in order to bring it into fruition. So how can anybody be mad that that's the case? I don't understand. I don't want nobody calling themselves a nation. Oh, we are a nation. We are? You're a nation? Really? So what about this, and that resource? Where's that at? Oh, where's that at? Huh? Oh, okay. All right. So how are we a nation? And then I'm trying to bring the resources in so that we can, but I'm the bad guy. I don't know. I don't know where he's at. I sent him the link. He's not there no more. He's definitely not there no more. I don't know where he went. So, all right. So anyway, let's move forward. I'm gonna move forward with the presentation. All right. All right. So I just wanted to elaborate on that. Like I said, I'll do a brief lecture on that to give more background so you can understand terms and all this other fun stuff. So you can put everything in its proper perspective and don't think I'm saying something that I'm not saying. I say that, and maybe this is a problem, right? But I'm gonna express it. I say that the Israelite identity is an African tradition, right? And then people get up in arms about that, this word African. And I say on that continent, we're just using a connotation, the word Africa, not the etymology or denotation. What it is today is that Africa is a continent that has Shemites and Hamites on it. One of those Shemites that's on that continent, and I include the tectonic plate, which we call, that's separated by the Dead Sea Transform, which is what Israel is, which is on the tectonic plate of the continent of Africa. And our forefathers were in or on Africa more than anywhere else on this planet. I'm saying that it is an Israelite tradition. It's an African tradition, the Israelite tradition. That's what I say. But it is distinct because you have Shemite and you have Hamite. This is how we break it down biblically, because those are the phylums of overarching ethnic groups that other smaller subgroups break down into. So being a Shemite, if you consider yourself a Shemite, you're an Israelite that's part of that ethnic phylum, all right? But where you are based at is the continent of Africa, where our forefathers were at more than anywhere else. So when you go back to the pre-exilic Israelite culture, it is an African spiritual system. And I'm not saying Hamitic. See, this is people are automatically tying African to Hamitic. They automatically tie in that. That's where the issue is. So when we say that, we're saying it is distinct from an Asiatic tradition, it is distinct from a European tradition, it is distinct from a Central Asian tradition, it is distinct from a indigenous, Northwest, Central, and South American tradition. That's all that I'm saying. And when I explain to you guys things such as casting lots and things such as tutelary spirits and things such as casting lots, tutelary spirits, libations, even the calendar system. They're just various things. It showcases that the pre-Israelite culture is African by way of the Shemitic phylum of ethnic peoples that is populating that continent. And this is why we see similarities between these peoples. You'll hear Israelites say, oh, they're Shanti are Israelites, or they're Hebrews. Oh, the Igbos are Hebrews. They'll say these things. But then when I actually show and demonstrate, there's a problem. But they'll lay claim to this. But those peoples today are not practicing everything that our forefathers that migrated into those regions brought with them. A lot of things happened. A lot of changes occurred. All right. Thank you again, Shorty, for the donation, sis. I appreciate that. Anybody else that was asking about the donation, you can click on the dollar symbol underneath where it says your channel name and say something. And when you click on that, prompt is going to come up with the button that says send a super chat. You can click on there, and then you can give a direct donation to the channel. All right. And thank you to everybody that has donated so far. I appreciate that, family. All right. So what I'm saying is, I see a lot of people in the Israelite community that are blackwashing Second Temple Judaism and calling it their own. Okay. And that is what I have an issue with, right? Because your authority comes from the Ashkenazim. Your authority comes from the Sephardim. Your authority comes from the Yemenite or the Mizrahadim. That's where your authority comes from. So what I'm saying is, since our ancestors were in West Africa for hundreds of years, who they are and how they branch out to be distinct from these other groups that I just mentioned is right there under our nose. But we just don't want to look there to help to reconstruct our identity. We don't want to look there. Okay. Maybe it's me. Could be just me. Could be just me. S. McGee, Sean, that's exactly what I was saying, Ak. Exactly what I was saying. Exactly what I was saying. Just because Hezekiah applied that symbol on his seal, does that mean he abdicated his Israelite tradition and heritage? No. It's diplomacy. The scriptures say that there was no king before or after like Hezekiah. Hezekiah followed the ways of Dawid. The scriptures say this about him. The scriptures say this about him. But yet he has an ankh on his royal bulla. That's interesting. That's really interesting. That's interesting. But I digress, family. Let's transition forward. All right. Let's transition forward. All right. I agree, Toy Daniel Yisrael. See, some of us get it. Some of us understand that, but some of us are still don't get it yet. And they become just as religious as these groups that we feel are not us and that they have our culture, right? But we never show the methodology that we utilize to reconstruct who we are. And a lot of times, a lot of what we believe is our identity today are a bunch of presuppositions that have not been scrutinized. It is, and it's really dogmatic. because it has not been investigated to ascertain whether or not what we're doing represents the restorative culture that we're trying to implement. It's assumed. It's assumed. And, you know, like I said, my brother, Rabbi Akweti Amar, does a great job from the West African perspective to show you guys the same thing that I'm trying to explain to y'all over here. The same thing. The same thing. So, again, family, let me move forward, all right? Thank you, Sister Shawnee, for posting those links. I appreciate that. Thank you, JJ O Lagok, for the donation. I appreciate that. I don't know what happened to Shannon Coffee. I have no clue what happened. I don't know. He fell off the edges of the earth. I don't know what happened to the brother, but we're gonna move forward. So what I'm gonna do, family, is I wanted to talk about a few more things, but I'll save that probably for the next live stream. I'll take a few questions and then I'm gonna go because it's late. We've been on here for several hours now. Thank y'all for bearing with me. I appreciate that. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the broadcast. If so, please click the thumbs up button. If you enjoyed what you saw already, whether you agree or disagree, if it was good information, if it was something that stimulated, made you think, or whatever the case may be, hit the thumbs up to represent that you enjoyed the presentation. All right, we have almost 100 people in here right now. It was fluctuating a little bit under that and a little bit higher than that. Shout out to Matthew Yahoo Israel from Phoenix, Arizona. I appreciate that. Shout out to Cheryl Stanton Elk for your support as well. My brother, the Most High Child, Shai Yarala II. I'm going to take a couple of questions and then I'm out of here. All right. Any questions? Any questions, family? Hopefully the live stream is fine. Let me check up on it. Let me see. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. All right. So I'm gonna take a few questions, and then I'm out of here. Peace, my brother. At Do the Knowledge Radio. Shalom on the Akbir. The Great Awakening says, "What is your take on women wearing pants?" I went over this before, and I explained that in the scriptures, nobody was wearing pants as is defined by the way clothing is identified in contemporary terms today, right? So when we see jeans, nobody was wearing jeans back then. In biblical times, men had undergarments that was designed to protect their sacred areas down there, and their male member parts. And these things were more like boxer briefs, okay? And the purpose of it was to hold the royal jewels in place, all right? So they wouldn't be dangling all over the place underneath what the men were wearing. And the men weren't wearing jeans. The men weren't wearing pants, okay? What they were wearing was undergarments, okay? When you look to see where jeans or pants themselves came from, you have to start looking at the Persians, all right? And you'll see that the Persians was the ones that really came up with this idea of pants in the way that we see it today. And then jeans itself is a more modern invention, okay? So in regards to wearing pants, women did not wear these undergarments the way that men did, okay? So if you're identifying pants the way it was exemplified in ancient Israelite culture, such as these undergarments, these boxer briefs type things that held your male member parts in place, and you're saying that women shouldn't wear that, then I agree. Women shouldn't wear that because that's something that men wore back then. But today, as far as jeans themselves, the scriptures do not speak on jeans or pants. There were distinct garments that men wore back then and distinct garments that women wore back then. And those distinct garments that they wore were to be for those separate genders, okay? Now, there was certain groups that would wear the garment of the other gender, and that was outlawed in ancient Israel. Today, as far as pants is concerned, because pants is so much a part of our society, and the way they function today was much different than they functioned in the past, that would be up to Israelite communities to decide whether or not wearing pants should be a garment that should be strictly for men, or whether it's a unisex garment where certain ones pertain to women and certain ones pertain to men. But if we want to look at it from a historical perspective, the way that we wear jeans, like I got jeans on right now, men weren't wearing this back in ancient Israel. They weren't wearing pants the way that I'm wearing it right now. All right. So I just want to answer that for y'all. That would be up to your communities. I'll give you an example of how they would interpret it back then, right? So if they went to a market and the market now mind you, I did a lecture called Man Up, Stand Up Like a Man, i.e. Man Up. Go back and watch that lecture. I talk about the garments that men wore, and I talk about the garments that women wore. I went into this back in that lecture. If those of you haven't seen it, it was a great lecture. Go back and check it out. It was a pretty good lecture. It's called Stand Up Like a Man, i.e. Man Up. All right. And they went to a marketplace, and let's say, for example, they were selling these undergarments, right, to hold the male members in place, right? Just like men, when they go and they do certain sports, they wear jock straps, right? Why should a woman wear a jock strap? That would be her wearing something that pertains to a man. That's not part of her wardrobe because there'd be no need to wear a jock strap, right? So anyway, if they went to a market and there was these breeches, what we call breeches or breeches, it's just talking about this undergarment that held together the male member parts close to the body, so it wouldn't be compromised or dangling while the man is performing these tasks, especially the priest, right? And a woman went to this marketplace and she said, hey, I want to purchase that. And she buys that and puts it on. She's wearing something that pertains to a man. In that case, that's something that's outlawed, and there will be a penalty attached to that, right? Today, if a woman went into a store and there's a women's section and there's a men's section, and she decides, I'm going to go to the men's section and I'm going to wear men pants and put these men pants on, and she purchases it and she wears it, she's putting on something that pertains to a man because that garment was specifically designed for males to wear. She is now breaking the commandment by wearing that piece of clothing, right? So remember, this is very, very, very important. And you know, Zico Coca, I understand what you're saying. Zico Coca is saying these questions are so trivial. And you know what? I believe that they are, right? They are really trivial. And it's unfortunate because there's so many grander things that we can discuss that will take us into the higher stratosphere of understanding as being Israelites and how to really actualize the things that we talk about from the scriptures, that unfortunately, because there are so many pitfalls and there are so many hindrances to get to that point, that we have to go back to rudimentary things and really address them to alleviate people from those strongholds so they can continue to move forward. So again, don't misinterpret what I'm saying to you guys. I'm not saying, oh, women should wear pants. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you the understanding so that you can take the wisdom from that and apply it yourself as it pertains to your prospective community. All right. What I will say is that as Israelites, we should have a distinctive way in which we dress, so that way we are identified as being set apart from the rest of the secular realm. All right. That's very important. And if one of the things we do in our community is we say to the women, hey, look, we're going to refrain from you wearing pants because that is something that has been integrated so much in the secular realm that if you put it on, you're going to be identified like everybody else in this society. Then maybe what we should do is we should have a different way of culturally appearing to other ethnic groups. And one of those things is the garments and that we custom make for ourselves, especially for women, should not be pants. All right. It should be something that pertains more to what we wore back in ancient times. But if that's the case, and the men are to say that, then are the men also going to wear garments that their forefathers wore, which were not jeans, in order to be consistent with what they are obliging the women to do? Okay, that's very important if we're going to get into that. All right. So my brother Amash Yahu Israel saying the definition of breeches is pants, not jock straps. When did I say that the priests and the men of Israel were wearing jock straps? I was using jock straps as a modern contemporary example. I didn't say they wore jock straps. I said that the purpose of them wearing those undergarments was to protect their male member parts. That's what it is. I don't understand. I really don't understand how you got jock straps from that. I really don't understand how you got jock. If you consider jock strap as a way of protecting the male member parts and saying that that is connotatively similar to what breeches was chronologically, historically speaking, back in ancient Israelite times, then I would agree with you. But I'm not saying that those undergarments were okay. What I want you to show me that breeches were not undergarments. Show it to me. Show me that breeches were not undergarments. Go into any lexicon, right? You can go to the biblical domain of lexical semantic languages. You can go into the Brown Driver Briggs. You can go into the Gesenius Chaldean. Give me a lexicon, any lexicon, not a Strong's. Or you can use a Strong's if you want, if you don't have access to lexicons, and show me where these breeches that you're talking about were outer garments. Show it to me. Show me that these breeches were outer garments. I'll wait. Shout out to Sankofa John. Thank you for the shout out. I'll wait. Show me where these breeches that you're talking about that are pants, show me that they were outer garments. Give me one lexicon that agrees with that. I'll wait. I'll wait. My brother Eliakim Ben Yisrael, I didn't watch all of that video yet, so I don't want to speak on a matter until I've watched or consumed it all. So I don't want to give my opinion on that until I watch it. And then in a future live stream, I can address that. All right. Can a nation be in another nation? Google Plus. All right. Google Plus. Are you an Israelite? Let me answer that question for me. And then I'll answer what you're asking me. Okay. So answer that question for me and I answer what you're asking me. All right. So I'm waiting. Show me where breeches were not undergarments. Show it to me. Can you show me where breeches was an outer garment and not an undergarment? Show it to me. I'll wait. Show it to me. I'm waiting for him to respond to this. All right. So Google Plus, if you're Israelite, you say, can a nation be in another nation? So let me ask you a question. When the Israelites were in captivity, were they a nation? Yes or no? When the Israelites were in captivity, when they were in the land, so we're talking about Persian captivity, Grecian captivity, Roman captivity, were they a nation inside a nation? You see, my brother Amash Yahu Israel, I'm waiting for you to answer the question. You have no reference or point of reference to showcase that breeches were outer garments. What I'm trying to explain is that breeches were designed to protect the male members as things were being performed, tasks were being performed. That was the purpose of those undergarments. They were not designed to be worn as outer garments or as pants or as jeans that we wear today. They were not. So I'm trying to give an example of a jock strap. Women should not wear a jock strap because women do not have the male members that need to be protected. So there's no need for them to wear a jock strap. So they had one on because there's some kind of identity crisis that, oh, I need to wear a jock strap. Then we have a problem because now she's putting on something that pertains to a man because it pertains to something particular as it pertains to a male member part. Well, Brian, I'm going to refrain from that. I didn't even get there yet. You know what I'm saying? I mentioned about the Persians as well. But again, again, I'm still waiting for one lexical entry that will subscribe to the fact that these undergarments that you call breeches, and remember, breeches is not even a Hebrew word. Breeches is not a Hebrew word. That is an English term. That's an English term. So automatically, when I know somebody's using that term, they don't understand the implications behind using the word breeches, because when that term was introduced to translate a Hebrew word, that was already something that was being worn in that society at that time. But is it a direct representation of what the Hebrew word was? No, it's not. It's not. You see how simple that is, JJ? You just broke it down. David Israel. Yes, I looked into E1B, and man, that's a great question. I don't think I can really expound on it too much here. I've touched on this in a previous lecture that I did back in 2014, but that's going to be part of a follow-up lecture to the last lecture that I did in regards to the Israelite migration. I'm going to go into the genetics, and I'm going to show you the genetics of Israelites that have migrated and try to explain what I mean on that. All right. So Dennis McMillan says women should not wear pants. Okay. JJ is on point, man. But anyway, I agree. The Great Awakening. You're absolutely correct. And you know what? I think that's why, even though a lot of people like the teachings that come from KHM, some other people are bothered by it, because what it does is that it undermines their presuppositions. And when you ask somebody, hey, I see that's what you believe, but can you prove it? You know, how do you know what you know? What's the epistemology behind what it is you're showing to me or you're explaining to me? And when he said women should not wear pants, and I'm saying, when you say pants, are you talking about boxer briefs? Because women should not be wearing boxer briefs. That would be your equivalent of what you call breeches in the scriptures, because that's an undergarment. Jeans is an outer garment. It's not an undergarment. We're talking about two different articles of clothing here. So you have to get the context correctly before you can attempt to apply what it is that you're talking about. If you don't have the context and the semantical value of the term that you're using correct, and if it's not accurate, then you're going to misapply it. And that becomes a problem. So again, the people who this bothers, unfortunately, they're people that have dogmatic stances on things, and they've never been challenged to expound on what it is that they're teaching. They have not been challenged on it. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not here trying to debate or say everybody's wrong and I'm right. I never come across like that. I'm just trying to give you information on what to do. Sirius B said, would King David be RBG? I don't know. King David was living in a totally different time period. David worked with the nations that was around him, just like Solomon worked with the nations. Matter of fact, Solomon married Pharaoh's daughter as an alliance. Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? He made an alliance with Pharaoh by marrying his daughter. And his daughter would be a Hamite, but Solomon married his daughter. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. So much so, Solomon decided that he wanted to build a separate part of the palace specifically for Pharaoh's daughter. Solomon went to go work with the Phoenicians. I don't know if they had a particular trade language that they were using, a trade symbol that they were using, because those Phoenicians were Masons. I don't know what affiliation they had back then. I don't know. They may have had an association of Masons. When I say Masons, I'm talking about operative masonry, not speculative masonry. I'm talking about the trade of being a Mason. They probably had a symbol. They probably had a flag. They probably had an organization. They probably had a union. I don't know. I have no clue. And he said, you know what? We'll partner up with you because we need people to come work on this temple that we're building for the Most High. I think people are missing that. I think people were missing that. All right. King Judah said, next question. I agree. Dennis McMillan, if that's your conviction, no problem. If you say, hey, women should not have pants on, if that's your subscription, then that's your subscription. You know, you just would have to showcase that. But all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we have to be able to put things in its proper context in order to apply it. First, if it's not something that works in contemporary scheme of things, we have to extract the principle and say, okay, look, since I can't directly correlate what I'm reading in the scripture to something that's happening today, because we no longer do that practice or we're no longer in that environment, if I extract the principle, how can I apply the principle today? That's the most important thing, family. Google Plus, no, we can't. We can attempt to, but there's going to be limitations. All right, there's definitely going to be limitations on that. I'm sorry, family. Some people I forgot to give a shout out to because I got caught up in I got caught up in what I was discussing. So this is G Tracks Beats says, what are my thoughts on 2 Kings 23:5? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Do you have a question in regards to that? If you do, I'll try my best to address it. Make sure you share this link, family, so any of our brothers and sisters in Israel that's awake right now that want to get in on this conversation. I think we're having a great build tonight. I turned up a little bit for y'all because sometimes y'all like seeing me turn up, so I turned up a little bit for y'all. But go ahead and share this link. Hit that thumbs up if you enjoy what you're watching. Matthew Israel. Hey, that's exactly my point. That's why when you watch my last lecture, I show you in the culture how to identify who is our people and who's outside of our people via the culture, the customs, the practices. Because some Israelites are spooky when it comes to the DNA. So I said, look, there's another ethnic marker that we can utilize to identify who are they today. The time capsule that was left there by the Israelites, when acculturation, cultural diffusion, and acculturation occurred, we can go retrace those steps back and identify which one of those groups were actually Israelites by means of looking at that methodology that I showed y'all when I did the forensic profiling, and I showed you how to use trace evidence in order to reconstruct the profile of a people. Go back and watch that lecture. I went into all of that in that lecture. Go back and check it out. Hey, they answered the question already for you, Rhonda. All right. They answered for you already. So I'm not even going to touch that because they answered. They did a great job answering that for you. All right. So a question says, do you have scriptures that describes where Jerusalem is located? This is by Truth Love. So Truth Love, shout out to Truth Loves. Truth Loves, are you a Tanakh only Israelite? Or are you a Messianic Israelite that subscribes to the so-called New Testament? All right. Let me know that, and I'll move forward answering your question. Okay. Thank you so much, Cheryl Standing Elk. I appreciate that, sis. Thank you so much for that. So Sankofa John, the Hebrew Roots movement, because I partook on that before I made my transition here into Messianic Judaism. The objective of it is we must go back to the culture of who they call Yahusha in order for us to fully understand the salvation as received by those Israelites. So what they do is that they go back and keep the feast days. They go back and they wear fringes. So what they do is that they take from the Israelite culture and the process of being messianic, similar to Israelites today who claim to be messianic. It's the same thing. The only difference is the Israelites who claim to be messianic, they say that they're blood descendants from Israel. the people who subscribe to the Hebrew Roots movement, they do almost the same thing that Messianic Israelites in our community do. They just don't subscribe to being blood lineage Israelites. All right. That's the major difference. All right. So I'm still waiting for Truth. I think it's Truth Loves. Let me know if you're Tanakh only or if you also subscribe to the Brit Hadashah, or the so-called New Testament. All right. So I can answer your question for you. Okay. Cheryl, anytime. That was a good sister. You know, I did my best to encourage her when I could. And, you know, she was able to make a decision for herself. So my condolences for your loss, because I know no mother wants to lose a daughter. I know that she did her best to keep the statute, laws, and commandments. She identified with the power of Israel. So the Most High will judge her accordingly, right? So I have no fear in his judgment of her, because I can attest to what she did her best to strive to follow. All right. So again, my condolences. You have my love and support. And you know, I do my best to assist as much as I can. I don't label myself, just looking for a few scriptures anywhere in the Bible, Old or New Testament, that describes the location of Jerusalem. Okay. So let me get that for you. So let's go to, I'm gonna go to the New Testament first, okay? Because we're talking about Jerusalem, right? People want to know, where's Jerusalem located, right? So if you go to Galatians chapter 4, verse 25 and 26, it says, now Hagar stands for Mount Sinai in Arabia and corresponds to the present day Jerusalem, because she is in slavery with her children, but Jerusalem above is free, and she is our mother. So now we see a correlation between Mount Sinai in Arabia and Jerusalem, which means that they are close in proximity to one another. So if Jerusalem is not in present day Israel today, and it's in some other location, then where is Mount Sinai and where is Arabia? That would be the next question. Where's Mount Sinai and where's Arabia? So, oh, hold on. There we go. Let me delete this real quick. All right. Yeah, shout out. Make sure y'all pray for Cheryl Standing Elk. She had lost her daughter recently. I'm not going to give the details. If she wants to share the details, she can. But give your prayers, your support, and our condolences to that mother who lost her child. All right, who was an Israelite and who kept the statute, laws, and commandments of the Most High. All right, so our prayers go up to you, because no mother wants to bury their child. All right, Ariyahu. Oh, you asking that to somebody else? Okay. I didn't see what you said. Truth. Yes. So Mattheyahu Yisrael, email me that at Kingdom. Well, let me put the email in. I know my admins are there, but let me just put. And it's got to be the longest show that I've done. But you know what's interesting is that most people who are familiar with this show, they're typically up at this time because the show is just getting started, right? But it's probably the longest show that I did. But it's only this long because y'all asked it to go this far. So hopefully y'all enjoyed it. All right. But yeah, Mattheyahu, email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com and let me address that for you over time. All right. I'll look at that because I use DNA as a means to ascertaining what tribe you came from by aligning it with the oral traditions of the peoples that the DNA connects you back to. And there's 3 different lectures that I touched on that in. One of them has to do with Hebrew Israelite apologetics 101. All right. Okay. Zion Reese says, Ahaya Asher Ahaya, that is Lashawan Kodesh, which is a vocalization of the Hebrew script. All right, that's what that is. So that's really Eye Asher Eye, but they say Ahaya Asher Ahaya instead, because there's no E sound, no it sound, or any of that in Lashawan Kodesh vocalization. All right. Yeah, people do say that Mount Zion is in Kenya. I know that doctrine, but there's a lot of questions I gotta ask if that is Mount Zion. But remember, Mount Zion can also be spiritual, right? And we see that when we go into when we read, even what we read before, what I just read in Galatians chapter 4, verse 25 to 26, as far as Mount Sinai, and then we also have Hebrews 12 and 22. Where it talks about Mount Zion, to the city of the living Elohim, the heavenly Jerusalem. You have come to myriad of angels, or Melachim, or messengers, right? But even when we look at Zion, Zion is supposed to be the restorative location. Mount Zion is a restorative location that Israel is to be restored back to. And that's supposed to be close in conjunction with where Jerusalem is today, right? Thank you, Shawnee, for posting those. Don Terry says, was Josephus a black Hebrew Israelite? BHI, and I don't like those terms, black Hebrew Israelite. I don't identify with that. But BHI is a misnomer. Okay, nobody that was a Yehudi would identify as being a black Hebrew Israelite. Okay. Now, are you asking me, did he look like the so-called Negroes in America today? Is that what you're asking? Let me know. All right. Do y'all have any? I don't mind y'all. Y'all can ask questions to each other and interface with each other. That's fine. That's great. Actually, I encourage it. But if anybody has a question for me, let me know before I sign off. Your thoughts: the KJV from a black man or no? An even better question is the KJV divinely inspired or not? So whether it's written by a black man or not, I mean, black people write and translate things all the time, but how accurate is it? And is it divinely inspired? And should we still use it today? That's the real question to ask in regards to that. All right. Ezekiel 5:5 says, thus says Yah Elohim, this is Jerusalem. I have set her at the center of the nations with lands around her. I think you're asking me what do I think about it? I mean, I see it's pretty straightforward. All right, so you have to give me a more deeper inquiry, truth, love, so I can address that for you more specifically. Are you saying that when we read Ezekiel 5:5, it could pertain to any place, whether it's Kenya, whether it's Peru, because these ultimate places can be considered the center of the nations? Let me know a further inquiry. Sean McGee says, can you explain the communion and how often it should be done, or is it just a Passover meal? The communion, as we see in the synoptic gospels, was held during the same time as Passover. Okay? So it should not be carried out distinct from Passover, Pesach. You know, some Christians have, like when I was in a church that I was in before, they'd have Passover the first Sunday of every month. They'd have Passover. And then I would ask them, I would say to them, why are we having Passover the first Sunday of every month? They say, well, he says, do this in remembrance of me. But then I said, well, what is the context in which that was performed? It was done during Passover. So the objective of his martyrdom, what we call communion, is just the disciples identifying with the martyrdom of Yahusha. And the purpose of his martyrdom and his reappearance is to push them further and to bring in that ministry to the lost sheep of Israel scattered into the four corners of the earth. That is what is a reminder of, that his sacrifice, that he died so this message can go abroad of bringing back Israel together under the statute, laws, and commandments of the Most High, and how to apply a lot of these kingdom principles in their everyday life and restoring the Melchizedek order. This is all what his death was to do. When you hear people say, oh, he died for my sins in place of my, that's replacement theology. That's something different. That's not why he was martyred. That's something totally different. But I've discussed this in previous lectures. But the purpose of this communion is that when you take Passover, those of you who are messianic, that Passover also is a thing done in remembrance of the martyrdom of Yahusha, so that way we can remember that our objective for Pesach is not to remember what our forefathers went through, but also the sacrifice that was made to remind us that we have work to do going forward. So it's not just a reminder of something that was done in the past and that's it, but also a work that must be performed going forward. And that example was left behind by Yahusha ben Yosef, all right? Or Yahusha Chanat Zori, all right? So hopefully that answers your question, all right? Ariyahu, what are your thoughts on Jabal Al-Laws? Well, I identify Jabal Al-Laws as being the historical place where Mount Sinai is at, okay? But as far as some people say, we're going to be regathered there because that's where we're going to be placed in the wilderness so he can purge out the rebels and then restore us from that wilderness into the land, right? So the wilderness situation is not specific to a particular location. The wilderness can be a situation in which resources are slim, where you are on the move, and that type of environment is going to test your faith in allowing the Most High to sustain you. Because those who complain in the process, those who rebel in the process, they will be extinguished. So some people say, no, we're going to be physically casted, or we're going to be physically moved to Jabal Laws. That's going to be the wilderness that the true remnant of Israel is going to be in. The rebels are going to be purged, and then we're going to be restored to Israel. That's a doctrine that people teach. I'm saying the wilderness situation is going to happen wherever we're going to be on the run with sparse resources, trying to survive off the land without modern conveniences. And we're going to have to be sustained purely from the direction and guidance of the Most High. And most of us are not going to be able to survive that. So we're going to try to cling back unto Zion, back unto Babylon, and we're going to be destroyed along with the rest of the secular realm. All right. But whoever has that argument that they share in place of that, if they would like to discuss that, we definitely can discuss that. All right. So D-Track says the planets, them that also burn incense unto Baal, to the sun, to the moon, and to the planets, right? So we see that also happens in modern day astrology, right? Not astronomy, astrology, where people would identify constellations, planets, the sun, moon, and they would actually worship the creation. And sometimes they will worship it so much that they will personify the creation with an ontological being, right? They will say, okay, the sun is really a deity called Shemesh, or the sea is really a deity called Yam, or the moon is really a deity called Yerak, or a deity called Sin. All right. And then they would worship those created entities. So that is, the Most High does not condone that. So I'm not sure what direction you was trying to get me to respond on, my brother. Maybe you can elaborate a little further. But I mean, Josiah was putting in work to people that was doing that. That was not tolerated, right? Well, Toy, Daniel, Yisrael, whether we do that now or whether that happens when persecution comes, we're going to leave these major cities, right? But the objective is, how good is our network? How good is our survival skills? How good is our diplomacy skills? Because we got to find a way to survive while we're on the move, all right? With scarce resources, going from place to place while persecution is happening. Are we preparing for that today? You know, at work, you go to work, right? And certain people's jobs, you have fire drills. And the purpose of the fire drills is that if a real fire was to occur, you know exactly the protocol to follow. Well, when we are driven out of these major cities because of persecution, what drills are we commencing today to learn how to survive once we are pushed out of these cities being persecuted? Are we practicing these drills today? Do we have the resources to sustain ourselves when these things happen? And if we don't, we need to be in alignment with that, because this is inevitability. All right. So whether it's a voluntary fleeing in advance, where some people say, oh, we got to leave Babylon, which is America, and go to Africa, go to Israel. So they do that now. Or whether it's a forced flee, either way, what is your contingency plan? What is your end game? Because when the Most High divinely intervenes on the matter, he's going to create the situation to cultivate the fleeing and an apparatus that's going to cause us to flee. But how are we preparing for it? Before Israel left out of Egypt, right? They were being prepared. When these plagues was hitting the land of Mizraim, they were being prepared in the process. When they created unleavened bread, they were being prepared in the process, right? When they seen these signs and these wonders, they were being prepared in the process. As they were trekking and they was receiving sustenance for the Most High, they was being prepared in the process. What is our game plan? What is our game plan? Are we making an attempt to hike once in a while, learn how to live off the land? Do we know certain routes in order to navigate if we were being chased and we were fleeing? You know, are we in sync with nature and our environment? I mean, these things are very important, very important. And our sister Shorty that's in the chat, this is one thing that she specializes in. This sister is great when it comes to survival. You understand what I'm saying? And that's one thing that we also promote for KHM, is because that's part of our culture. How to live off the land, how to survive in a situation where we got to be on the run. What foods can you take with you? The Israelites took unleavened bread. What foods can we take with us if we had to hurry up in haste and leave? What articles of silver and gold, things that are valuable and clothes, what things are we able to take with us if we're fleeing? How can we sustain ourselves in a wilderness situation or off the land if we were pushed and persecuted? That's very important. Very important. All right. Okay, so JJ said, would you consider Nat Turner a prophet? He was to his people at that time. You got to look at, Nat Turner was a preacher, right? And he had to be a prophet, as was considered by the people who helped him with the rebellion, because otherwise they wouldn't have fought and they wouldn't have rebelled. So can I put him in the same, category as I can a Haggai, a Zechariah, a Zephaniah, an Isaiah, a Jeremiah? No, he's not that type of prophet. But he was somebody that spoke prophetically to the community, and which assisted him in the upheaval and the revolt. And mind you, Nat Turner wasn't the only person that revolted. You know how many revolts were here in the U.S.? He's just one of many. but they never want to teach you about the rest of them. But there's a lot of books on them. But he prophesied to his people as a preacher to get them to see that if we resist now, we can create a better environment for our children in the future. So if you want to consider him a prophet in that vein, okay. But if is he a prophet in the same vein as the biblical prophets that we see in the Tanakh? No, he's a different type for a situation or circumstance that was more contemporaneous than something that was historical. All right. So hopefully that answers your question. All right. The Most High Zion Reese will lead and provide. Okay. So I think people let me and I want to wait to share this, but I'm going to end off on this. All right. I'm going to end off on this. All right. I want to show y'all something. Okay. I want to show y'all something. Hold on. Let me get this for you. All right. So let me show you guys something, okay? Now, a lot of times when we and this goes back to what Zion Reese says. I believe the Most High will lead and provide at that time. The Most High will lead and provide, provided we get in alignment with preparation right now. We cannot choose to stay ignorant because we want to solely rely for the Most High to do everything for us. We're not, well, for the most of us in here, we're not Christians, right? So I'm going to explain to you what prayer is, right? Okay. The word prayer comes from a word that's called palal, right? Palal is a primitive root. It's a verb. Palal means to intervene, to interpose. Okay? And I wanna make sure y'all understand what I'm talking about. Look up the word interpose. Anybody in the chat, look up the definition of the word interpose. All right? Look it up. Look up interpose. Somebody put the definition in the chat real quick. Somebody put the definition of interpose in the chat real quick so I can move forward. I want to show you something. I can't answer all those questions right now, family. Just work with me right now. Let's finish this thought, all right? Interpose. Somebody put up interpose. The definition for interpose. Isis Swantes. Thank you so much, sis. She put to place in a position. Zion Reese said place or insert between one thing or place. Dennis McMillian says insert in between. Are you following me? When you pray, That is exactly what you are doing. You're pretty much asking the Most High to create a scenario in which he can intervene, right? But that intervention is not always supernatural. That intervention is, can you create an opportunity so that way once the opportunity presents itself, I can act. Okay, let's do this again. Let's do this again. When prayer is being done, you want the Most High to judge a situation. You want the Most High to intervene, to insert a person, place, or thing in a particular scenario, distressful scenario, because you see no way out. So he can provide the opportunity. So once the opportunity is there, you can act. If you have no intention on acting, then you have no reason to pray. All right, let me say it again. Let me say it again. If you have no intention on acting, there's no reason for you to pray. All prayer does is set up the scenario so an intervention can happen. If you say to the Most High, I need this job, right? Because some of us do that. Most High, I need this job. So you're entreating him for him to do something. So you know what the Most High does? He creates the opportunity, which means that he'll have an opportunity where you get somebody will reach out to you for a job, and hey, you want this job, and you know what you do? You're like, you know what, man, I know they reached out, but they didn't give me the job, so this ain't the Most High. They didn't give me the job, so this ain't the Most High. No, the Most High is creating the opportunity. You requested something. He's intervening or interposing, putting himself in the situation to move aside the obstacles for you to move and act. People pray without any intention on moving. All right, this might be a little deep. Sometimes he creates the bridge for you to get from point A to point B. I think I'm probably going to save this for a message. I think I'm probably going to save this for a message. But when you look up an example of a prayer, matter of fact, here we go. I'll give y'all some work real quick before I go. Somebody post a scriptural reference to somebody praying in the Old Testament, or the so-called Old Testament, which is the Tanakh. Somebody, and I'm not talking about, because remember, when we look in the book of Bereshit, we see situations where Abraham is saying that I pray that you, meaning that I want you to interpose or intervene on the situation. For example, Genesis chapter 13:8, and Abram said unto Lot, let therefore be no strife, I pray thee. You give me an example of somebody in the Tanakh who prayed a prayer, and I will show you how what the definition of prayer is. I will show you the opportunity that's being entreated, and I will show you the action that individual praying performed. Give any example of praying in the Old Testament. Somebody praying. Give me an example. Go ahead. You never ask the Most High to remove the obstacle. You ask him to interpose in midst of the obstacle. A bridge doesn't get rid of the water. I'm going to leave that alone. But somebody, give me a scriptural reference. Give me a scriptural reference to somebody praying in the Old Testament. Don't give me a person. Give me a scriptural reference to somebody praying to the Most High. Samson, oh man, great example. The brother just brought up Samson. That's good. Let's look into Samson. Excellent example. Bro, you know what? Email me. I gotta send you something, a freebie. You brought up an excellent example. I'm gonna show you this. Because the only reason why you're praying is to open up the opportunity so you can act. When Samson was in a situation after he fell from the grace of Yah and he allowed himself to be vulnerable in a situation that he should not, And Samson allowed an enemy that was close to him. Sometimes we have family members that are enemies that are close to us, that are seeking for our weakness. And they prey on that because we have allowed ourselves to open ourselves up to those who are not in alignment with the will of the Most High, and therefore they're able to act on our weakness. How do we pray for that situation? We don't pray for the Most High to kill that person. We don't pray that. We said, Most High, in this situation, I've lost my strength. I've lost my way. Therefore, if you give me back my strength, if you show me the path, or you show me the way, Most High, I will do my part, because now that I've asked you to provide an opportunity, I must act for it to be contractual and for it to be sustained, maintained, and for it to be an edict that's honor in the heavenly realm before it can enter into the earth. Family, I think people are missing this. Y'all are missing this. This is, I think it went over some people's head. Let's rewind it again. Samson lost his strength. Samson said, Most High, if you give me back my strength, if you give me back my strength, then I will act and I will destroy the enemy. If you give me back my strength, because he could not bring it back on his own. Once the Most High gave it to him, he had to act. That is proper prayer. What are you giving back to the Most High? How is this bigging up him? Why should he give you that job? Why should he give you that house? What's he doing this if? Why is he contractually obligated to do something for you, but you just have to sit back and not do nothing? How does that work? How does that work? Okay, let me digress. Let me digress. I digress, family. Y'all give me another example of somebody praying, all right? Another example of somebody praying. So I think, let's see. Sis, that was a vow. I think you're talking about the Nazarite vow. That was a vow. Can you give me specifically the prayer that was prayed? A prayer. I think somebody hears something right here. Let me see. Let me look for this. All right, look at this. Great example. Whoever brought up 1 Samuel, excellent example. Let's read this. Let's read this. See, when you understand these things, you'll get results. I'm going to leave it alone. Some of you have been praying for things to happen, and they ain't happening because you are not following the protocol of what prayer is. I don't know if I should keep going with this. I don't know if I should stop right here. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let me keep going. Y'all got me in a preaching mood right now. Let's go in. Let's go in real quick. Turn to 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 10. Let me stop. I'm playing. I'm playing, family. I'm playing. But let's go into 1 Samuel. That's excellent. Let's get into it. 1 Samuel chapter 10. All right. Elkanah and his wives. All right. So we're looking at Hannah. Hannah was one of the wives of Elkanah, right? And Hannah could not bear seed, right? So what did Anna do when she prayed? Verse 9 says, Then Anna rose after eating and drinking in Shiloh. Now, Eli, the priest, was sitting on the seat by the doorpost of the temple of Yah. She, greatly distressed, prayed to Yah, listen, and wept bitterly. She made a vow. Praying is a vow. Praying is a vow. And if you don't keep your end of the bargain, because you got to bargain with something, they missed that, family. I think some people missed that. Some people missed that. Let's keep going. She made a vow and said, O Yah of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your maidservant and remember me and not forget your maidservant, but will give your maidservant a son, then I will give. When y'all pray, where's the vow at? What's in it for the Most High? Okay. Somebody will get that. It's for somebody out there. I don't know who. It's for somebody out there. The scriptures tell you to be careful how you vow. Did you know that a vow is a prayer? But it's not a vow to man. It's a vow to the most high. What are you willing to bargain with? What are you bringing to the table? You're only asking the Most High to create an opportunity so that you can give him something in return. So many times we are so fixated on the horizontal plane that we are only worried about the scenarios as it operates here on an earthly realm, that we never think about what's in it for Yah. We always think, what's in it for me? What's in it for my family member? What's in it for this? But have you considered what's in it for Yah? All right. I'm done. I'm done, family. I'm done. I'm done, family. I'm done. Let me stop. Let me stop right there, y'all. It's getting late, man. It's getting late. But any example, give me another example of prayer. Give me another example. Another example of prayer. And you'll see what I'm talking about. You're asking the Most High to intervene in a situation that looks impossible so you can give him something in return. When you sin, and remember, there's different types of sin now. When you sin and you've broken a covenant with the Most High, when you pray, you ask the Most High to give you grace so that way you can recovenant with him. That way, so you can get it right with him. That way you can offer yourself as the sacrifice in exchange for his grace and his mercy for not destroying you or taking you out. So we have prayers in the scriptures where people pray because they've fallen short or their forefathers have fallen short. But the only reason why the prayer is there is to give them an opportunity to then again serve and service Yah. Okay. Y'all gonna make me go in tonight, man. Y'all gonna make me go tonight. Give me another prayer. Give me a scriptural reference. Give me a scriptural reference. We're gonna deal with a prayer one more. Give me another example of prayer. We're going into it. 1 Samuel is excellent. The situation with Samson is excellent. 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 Because if y'all don't know how to pray, then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? You told the Most High, man, Most High, I need that job. Please give me this job. What's in it for the Most High? Why should he give you that job? He should intervene in a natural process on behalf of you, but you're not giving him nothing in return. Okay. All right. Nisi pieces is crazy. Give me a scriptural reference, not a person who prayed, but give me a scripture so we can go into the scripture. Give me a scripture so we can go into the scripture. Those of you who understand the court system, that's what praying is. You're bringing something to the heavenly court. You're asking the judge to overlook something that you've done. And in exchange for that, you will continue being a law-abiding citizen. Okay. There you go. So Isis Swanti used Numbers 21:7, and it says, therefore the people came to Moshe and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against Yah and against thee. Pray unto Yah. Now they're asking, remember, the word prayer is not what we, oh no, Jesus God. That's not what it is. You are putting an appeal to a judge. You are putting an appeal to a judge. And they had to go to Moshe because he was the arbitrator and say, can you, because that's now family members, they put things on us to pray on behalf of them. You know what I say to that family member? What's in it for Yah if I pray for you? If I pray for you and he gives you that thing, what's in it? What's in it for Yah? What's in it for him? Because if he ain't getting nothing out of it, then why am I praying? It's going to be empty. So they wanted the serpents to be removed from them so they can recommit themselves back to doing what is righteous. So sometimes you got to be whooped back unto righteousness. All right. Somebody said 2 Kings chapter 20, verse 1. Let's see, what is that? Hezekiah's illness. Oh man, y'all look at y'all. Y'all on the money. In those days, Hezekiah became ill and was at the point of death. The prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, went to him and said, "This is what the Lord says: put your house in order." That's a message in itself. I'm done. I'm done. Next scripture. Next scripture. Next scripture. Next scripture. What's that? 2 Kings 30:1. Put your house in order. Man, this is good, man. This is good. Y'all turned up tonight. Hold on. Let's see. What's the next one? What's this y'all gave me? I don't know what this is. This prayer. I don't see. In 2 Kings 9:30, I don't see the prayer thing there. Isaiah and the widow. Even Elijah. Oh, this is good. Hold on. Let me grab that for you, Mina. Let me get that for you, sis. Hold on. All right, let me see. What's this? And Elijah said unto Ahab, "Get thee up, eat and drink, for there's a sound of abundance of rain." So Ahab went up to eat and drink, and Elijah went to the top of Carmel, and he cast himself down upon the earth and his face between his knees, and said to his servant, "Go up now, look towards the sea." He went up and looked and said, "There is nothing." And he said, "Go again 7 times. It came to pass on the 7th time that he looked in the sea, go up, blah, blah, and it came to pass, blah, blah, in the hand of. So I don't see prayer here. Remember, I told you what the word is, palau. All right. 1 Samuel 7:3. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel, saying, "If you do return unto Yah all your hearts, then put away the strange gods and the Asherah from among you, and prepare your hearts for Yah, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hands of the Philistines." Then the children of Israel did put away. So look, sometimes you have to put things in order before you can even pray. If I sit here and I lose my job and I'm like, "Most High, yeah, I need a job," but I don't put my resume together and put my resume out there, then what? Sometimes you gotta you gotta preempt the action before you can receive the reaction. I'm done. That's another message for y'all. I'm done. But this is a great message here. And Samuel says, "Gather all the Israel, and I will pray for you unto Yah." And they gathered to Mizpah and drew water and poured it out before Yah. Look, they did a libation. I think y'all missed that. And 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 6, they did a libation with water. But I'm bugged out. But they doing libations in the scriptures. Okay. Great example. All right, so I'm gonna end off on that, family. I thank y'all for participating, for staying up with me to almost 3 in the morning. I hope you all enjoyed this session that you'll just watch. Thank you, Thomas Lewis, for the donation. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, family, for watching. Click the thumbs up if you enjoyed this session. And like I said, we really, have to understand the context of certain terms in order to yield results. If you've been doing something religiously for so long and have not gotten the appropriate results, it's because there's something that you're not doing right, because you are misinterpreting something. All I'm trying to do is give our community back the tools that they need, so that way they can commence to do the appropriate action to yield the results the way our forefathers received it back in their day. All right. Hopefully y'all enjoy this. Sometimes I have to edify the family. Sometimes I have to encourage y'all. because it can't all be about intellect and deep methodology and all this other stuff. Sometimes it has to be something as simple and plain as, how do I pray? How does that work? You understand what I'm saying, family? My brother Brian, exactly. Very simple, very to the point. And if you understand this, family, then you know exactly how to perform what Yah requires for us. You follow the appropriate protocol and you will yield the results. So thank you, family, for watching. I hope y'all enjoyed what y'all saw. I know it was pretty lengthy. It was like almost 3.5 hours or whatever the case may be. I hope y'all got a lot from it. Like I said, click that thumbs up if you enjoyed what you saw. Those of you who are asking in regards to the donations, again, you can do a donation directly through the chat. Look for your channel name. Underneath it says say something, and right underneath that is a dollar symbol. Click on that. Click the blue send a super chat button, and you can send a donation directly through the chat, or you can do it via PayPal at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. You can do so also by other means, whether that's going to our Patreon and looking up Divine Prospect, or do our GoFundMe, looking up Kingdom Harbinger Ministries. All right. So thank you, family, for participating. Thank you for making the chat engaging. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. Thanks to my brother Jamel that came on earlier and had the dialogue with me. And again, man, I just want to serve the community. I'm doing the best that I can. And I can always use additional guidance, suggestions, tips, or whatever the case may be to be better. But any victory that I get is vicarious, and I bring it back to you all because y'all deserve it. I love y'all. Thank your family. I look forward to seeing y'all again. Be well. I pray the Most High over you. And what I pray is that the Most High provides you with the necessary conveniences so you can be a better servant of Him. And if you are preparing yourself to serve Yah, then what you pray, He will provide it or interpose or get involved in a situation to create the opportunity for you to perform. That's it. That's it. Thank you, sis, Shawnee. I appreciate that. So I love you, family. Thank you for watching. Peace. Shalom. Until I see you next time. Peace, family.